T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Sometimes you gotta bleed to know that you're alive and have a soul. But it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. The songs on the radio are okay, but my taste in music is your face. And it takes a song to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. but that's okay, I'll just avoid the holes so you sleep fine. I'm driving, here I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time, but that's okay, I'll just avoid the holes so you sleep fine. I'm driving, here I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. Sometimes you gotta bleed to know, that you're alive and have a soul, but it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart, I'm alive, she's the tear in my heart, I'm on fire, she's the tear in my heart, take me higher than I've ever been. My heart is my armor, she's a tear in my heart, she's a carver, she's a butcher with a smile, cut me farther than I've ever been, than I've ever been, than I've ever been, oh, than I've ever been. My heart is my armor, she's the tear in my heart, she's a carver, she's a butcher with a smile, cut me farther than I've ever been.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies. Boy, I'll tell you what. If that song, if Amy doesn't remind you of that song, I don't know what does. She is a carver, and she's taken me farther than I have ever been. Man, what a ride we have been on, and this has been a fun roller coaster ride. Maybe not all of you would agree that it's been entirely fun the entire way, but it has been I think in the end you'll probably think that it was fun. I don't know. Maybe you have a little bit of PTSD. But I thought that song was so funny when especially it got to that part where it says cursing my government when they should have used my tax dollars to fill holes with cement. It's man, from where I live, I don't know if you guys are the same around where you live, but where I live, there's potholes everywhere. It's like, you son of a guns. Why didn't you fill in the cement? The song name, that's from the 21 Pilots. The song name is Tear in My Heart. That's the name of the song. I like it. It's a fun song. Like a trip to the dentist. Actually, AV, believe it or not, if you get the right dentist, you can actually have a good trip. I have this amazing dentist. I had never had anything like this experience in my entire life. I think I might have been like 40, well, I guess it would have been 10 years ago. So I would have been like 35 when I first found this dentist. So I went 35 years without a dentist like this. But he gets done cleaning your teeth. You get up and he goes like, "Hey, you wanna drink a Coke, candy? You want any candy or anything?" Should not. He just gets done cleaning your teeth and he asks you if you want some candy, and I just go like, "You're cool." Let's clean the glasses here. Technical difficulties this morning. I had to reboot my computer yesterday, which I should do like every single weekend, anyways. But I got forced into doing it with some connectivity issues. Talking to with Tony last night. Let's see what you guys are writing here. Twitter up 26% after Elon buying 10% passive stake. Casey had to cut the live stream short because he had to sleep last night. Let's see here. We don't care about likes around here, Brenda. They don't do me any good. You can hit dislike if you want. Don't matter to me. One way or the other. You're hitting something, I guess. If it makes you better, you can just hit it lots of times. That you can hit the button over and over and over and just whatever it falls on. It doesn't matter if it's on like or dislike, doesn't matter. Hit it. Just beat the devil out of it. Beat it like a brush. Did you see the video I sent of trade spotting saying next leg up AMC is $110? I mean, that's pretty close. I didn't see the video yet, but that sounds pretty close to what I would expect. I mean, if we looked at what happened in the historicals um, of GME, that would be pretty close. Hey, thanks, Michael. I think if you find the right dentist, you can get somebody good. We're still gonna have. I went ahead and started the stream this morning, even though I hadn't ironed out everything. So, for example, I'm gonna take you over to the other page here, and you're gonna see. I don't know what. Let's go over to the stats page and take a look at the stats because I haven't even had a chance to iron those out yet, and I just got the page set up enough to where I could start everything. Let's see what we get going over. Yeah, that's dirty. All right, I done got done dirty here. Let's fix up some things. We got some work to do. I guess I'll get True Demons data up first. Okay, what's next? Oh, it's still not showing up on there. Oh boy, you guys are gonna have to just put up with me for this morning. Huh, it doesn't want to show. Interesting. Let's try this a different way. Ah, nah, she works. Got it. All right, we got that. We got Max Payne up there. Looks like we also have the institutional ownership showing up, but it's got that stupid, hey, do you want to buy something from us from Fintel? And I said, no, I'm done giving you my money. And the only thing we're missing now is the options box. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick here. Huh. Well, why didn't that show up? All right. It's getting there slowly. Alrighty. So much better. All right, let's take a look. Let's do a rundown of our numbers here. We got everything up on the page now, and everything looks good. We can take a look at some of these numbers here. Ah, bright lights out of my face. Whew. All right, as far as price, for those of you who are new to the channel, we do price predictions every morning just before market opens for the four of us. There are four apes. One I know is my brother-in-law. The other two people are random people that I've never met in my entire life other than on this channel. And we try to guess predictions. They're all moderators. They're people that I've met, strangers, complete strangers. They're just another one of us who have become friends and longtime watchers of the show. And we just have fun trying to predict the price for the day. It's just meant it to be fun. There's not any kind of financial advice. Eric had an amazing feat that he got wiped out. He got wiped out on this last week. He had 4 straight weeks of price predictions, 20 straight days of price predictions in a row, and then this last week did him in. This last week really did him in. He had 0 points going into Friday. Points awarded for Friday. Let's see here. We have points going to. Oh man, Keto missed it by 9 cents. Let's see. Monty, did he get a point? 20. 32. No, Monty didn't get a point. So only Eric and myself were the ones getting a point on Friday. It was a rough week last week. Super, super rough. I mean, Eric only got 1 day. He's usually much better than that. He only ended up getting 1 day, and I ended up winning the week with 2 points. The missed column for sure was well ahead of the rest of the pack there. That is very unusual. Very, very unusual. So last week was just a very atypical type week. But Monty had one, Eric had one, Keto had one, and I won the week with two price prediction days being correct. That's awful. It's just sad. Moving down to True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. Volume for short exempt volume. Oh, did they not report? It looks like it's possible Stonko Tracker is not reporting short exempt volume any longer. Looks like I might have to pull it up the old-fashioned way, which I know how to do. This is a good thing, guys. Like you should always know where to get your information from. Oh wait, it did report. Nope, I take that back. They did report it. 153.8 thousand shares. So way down on that short exempt volume. What was that number? 153.8. Here comes utilization. Let's check that utilization out and see if we're still at 100%. According to Ortex, let me just verify 4-1. Yep, it is indeed still at 100%. That is now day 39. Is that right? Day 39? I'm going to have to check that. I feel like we already went through day 39. Is this Groundhog Day? What is this? I feel like we've already done this 39 straight days in a row. Oh, that's too long. 39 straight days of 100% utilization. Day over day price increase was a negative 5.44%. And moving down to the off exchange, I've already updated those since I did reboot the computer. So those are the most current numbers from Friday's closing date numbers. And what were those? Let's see. We got 53% in the off exchange, which is almost a full 2% higher than normal. The CBOE EDGX was at 12%. That was just a hair bit under the 30-day average. The combined total was 65.16%, which is about a percent higher than normal. 54 is kind of normal. Taking a look at Ortex, you can see that down just below me here, you can see that it says that 20.71% is the estimated current short share interest of the free float. And moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that institutional share ownership is at 187.5 million. 187, that's going to be on the top far right-hand side. You'll see average portfolio allocation, shares outstanding, institutional shares long. It's the institutional shares long that you can see. And don't forget, guys, that I can't read what it is you're writing when I'm on this page here. I actually can read it right now, but I'm not going to answer them until I get to the point of where I'm supposed to answer. But 150 or 187.519 is exactly how much was on loan. So no 13Fs that have come in and reported. Max pain for this week is $22. That's max pain for this week. It's a little bit lower than where we're at currently. And let's take a look at options. I'm going to scroll down on the options to what I like to consider the lottery ticket winners. The max option allowed right now is at a $51 strike price. Last week it was last week it increased from 40 to I think 51 as well. So I think that's the same as last week, but 40 was the big number from last week. It's 51 now, and 7.3 thousand contracts there. We'll just kind of keep an eye on that. highest amount of volume that's closest to our strike price for the calls. Just make sure. Okay, yep. As at a $25 strike price. I'm moving this around real quick because I'm looking at the puts to see where the highest level of puts is in open interest. And it looks like it's right there. Let me see if you guys can see all this. 23.5. I think that's going to be as close as I can get to everything on the same page, and you're not going to be able to see it all. You'll just have to take my word for it. But as far as open interest goes, at a $25 strike price on the calls, that is down from 30 from last week. There is 13.5 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of contracts at a $15 strike price. That's down $1 from 16 from last week. There's currently 7.3 thousand contracts. Which is quite a bit of ways underneath our current value. And let me put up a few screens and we'll take a look at some more data and we'll look at Vortex just a little bit more in depth. Alrighty. Let's look at Vortex. Here's our utilization and what it looks like over the last 39 days of straight days of utilization being at 100%. On loan amount, still driving upwards. Day over day, from Thursday to Friday, we went from 135.1 million on loan to 136.8. That should drive up the short share interest. Some of that should be short interest, and there it is, also driving upwards as well. But then my favorite number of them all is on loan average age per day, with new loans coming in. That if this is only about a million and a half worth of new loans coming in, I'd say it'd be slightly sideways or slightly heading upwards. Let's see what it's. Okay, it actually went slightly downwards. So we're looking for a bottom on this number here. When this does reach a bottom, there should be another spike up in price again, and it would be within 15 business days. So we started the trend down on loan average age per day on the 30th. We've had 2 data points downwards now. We'll have to wait for this to hit a bottom, and then we can start our timer, our 15 business day timer for a spike up in price. I really like how the on loan amount and on loan average age per day is trending upwards like that very nicely. Looks good. I like these numbers. They look good to me. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in number one from Friday with the most volume, with 64% buys at 36% sales. Also on Friday, AMC was coming in fifth with 60% buys at 40% sales. It was looking really strong. Compared to how it's been over the last week and a half, those numbers are pretty decent. Uh-oh. There we go. Let's see. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $20.97. Looks like they've done some borrowing of shares this morning already. Let's take a look and see how many shares they borrowed so far. Last Friday, what I saw them borrow was 4.05 million. Let's see what we got going on here. Pull up the handy dandy little calculator, and let's see. $3.67. So I'm just going to round down, I think in this case, to 3.65. 3.65 million shares having been borrowed for this morning. I'm just rounding down because anything less than 50,000 shares I don't really care about. So 3.65 million shares having been borrowed for this morning so far, which is it's definitely high. 4.5 is what I kind of view as being like the typical borrow amount. The borrow fee is at 1.5, so it's a little bit low, but they're obviously going to borrow some more shares throughout the day today. We have 46 point, let's see, these are 4-1 numbers. So we're looking at these numbers down here on Sonko Tracker. These usually update. It'll be at the top of the list here in a minute, but we have 17.8 thousand contracts that are in the money in the calls. 79.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls. I like seeing the out of the money calls being, I wanted to see it under 100K. And then we have 56.5 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the puts. SSR, I got to change that, 20.97. We'll come back to that. Looks like the eastern side of the world had a very nice day of trading. Mostly green. In the pre-markets this morning, IWM is up 0.04, Tesla is up 0.42, Amazon is up 0.24, Cinemark is up 1.52, Doge is up 4.93, Bitcoin is down 0.6, GameStop is up 1.33, the gold mine is down 6.48, Hood is up 0.15, and AMC is up 0.21. Taking a look at our inflow versus outflow, we currently had, on last Friday, we had a total of 10 million more in outflow than inflow. So far, our volume for this morning is at 96,000 shares having been traded. We've got about 22 more minutes left before we hit our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Even my computer time is not accurate this morning. It's saying it's 6:38 in the morning. It's saying it's 7:38. This is what happens when I reboot. All kind of craziness. Let's take a look at the weekly. So mainly I'm only looking with these time intervals. I'm looking at vortex indicator and RSI. Those are the two main things that I'm looking at right now. And what you can see here, one of the things I'd love to point out to you guys is that before the run up in January, you can see where the buying pressure dipped severely, and the buying pressure, sorry, I said buying, selling pressure dipped severely, and the buying pressure rose extremely high just before the run up. And then they cross back over briefly, and then back over again just before the run up in May/June. So we're at that point in time right now to where it really wants to do the same thing again, where it's going to cross over pretty hard, very similar to what you see back here, pre-January of last year. So there's more buying pressure than selling pressure right now on the vortex indicator on the weekly. RSI is at 48.9, which is just about average. Where was RSI back here? 52. So we actually have a lower RSI right now than we had in January, prior to January's run up on the weekly. It's kind of interesting. Just wanted to look at that real quick. On the daily, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.29. On the daily, I do have this extremely long wedge here drawn out that extends from September. This portion of it is from August, September to current, and you can see that the attempted breakout on the daily here last week, but not quite. It broke out of it and then came back down. We do seem to have maybe a potential supporting line right here that might be supporting. We'll have to see how this week turns out. So we may have dipped back down momentarily before running back up some more. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.6. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.49. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.9. So RSI looks good for us to be able to run upwards. Not it could actually run down as well. Low volume is typical for manipulation of price to move it down. It can move it both down and up, but we don't really seem to have really low volume as of right now. We'll have to wait for our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume to come in to really know where we're headed to. And with that, I can now read what it is you guys are writing. Good morning, Danny. That's I'm not, unfortunately, AV. I am not a options guy. Like I really like I'm not, options are not my expertise. So there's probably two things that I'm really bad at, and that's options. I'm not great at options. I really tend to think that even with the many years of experience that I have in the stock market, I still feel like there's intricacies about trading options that I just have never researched or taken the time to research. I feel like it's a heavy level of gambling that can occur when you're playing options, um, and I've never taken the time to really get into it. So that is a weak spot of mine. I recognize that and admit to it. Another weak point is candle structure. I'm not really good at candle structures. My background expertise comes in statistical process control, which really has to do with identifying trends, but not necessarily based off of an inside of a candle structure. So that's actually another weak spot of mine as well. So as far as the answer to your question is the reason that some people don't do it is because of the higher premiums, I have no idea. All I know is that if I'll say this, if you're retail and you're buying options on AMC and you're not winning 80% of the time, stop playing. Stop playing. You're not doing anybody a favor, not including not yourself. You're just handing money over to the wrong people. Good morning, Miss Harris. Yeah, buying lit market's good. IEX, or if you can't do the IEX, you could always do the XNYS. There are limitations though. I don't think IEX has limitations, but I think the NYS, what am I saying? The XNYS, I believe you have to buy in groups of 100 or more shares, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Doug. I need to get some coffee too. I haven't got my coffee yet this morning. Big Brad, how many people are still a believer in the push? I think if you're here, I think if you're here and you're watching, you probably believe. Good morning, Cutie Cut. Well, I'm just gonna call you Nat. Nat Nail, because I can't pronounce your name correctly and I don't want to screw it up. So Nat's going to Paris next week. Would be lovely for the squeeze to happen then. Um, Make sure you've got internet connection and that you don't have any problems trading when you're abroad. That's all I have to say. You may get um, you might want to inquire with your broker. I would call your broker up and say, hey, if I'm abroad and I log in with an IP address that's showing up as abroad, will I have any problems with trading inside of my broker? I would ask that question. That should be a question you would definitely want to know the answer to. That I just looking out for you. I don't know if they track IPs and if they see something coming from outside the country that they would potentially block you. I don't know. Thanks, Gary. About how many? So Danny wants to know about how many days was in June before. Whoa, they're flying through here. Hold on, guys. Hold on. About how many days was in June before the run up after selling pressure and buying pressure crossed? We can take a look at it and see. The only problem is it's just going to show weeks. And let me see what your dates were again. You said, see, we're looking more like the January portion right now in as far as the vortex indicator goes. So I'm going to change your dates. I know you're asking for June, but we don't look like June's run up. I mean, this is June right here. This doesn't look anything like June. We look a lot more like this. So I'm going to look at this and tell you the cross occurred on 122, so it was within a week. I'll go ahead and tell you the June one. The cross before the June run up was on 514, so it was a couple weeks. 514, it would have been like 2 weeks. Where have I heard that before? 2 weeks. Good morning, Ray. Good morning, AMC. Wild. Caitlin, good morning. Need for Speed. It says 44 today, guys. Um, I have not seen it yet on Twitter, Salty Dog. As far as the pre-market for Twitter, um, it's not been on my. It's not dealing with computer issues this morning was the primary focus that I had. Ooh, Caitlin asking the good questions. Why are people going after Kenny when the CEO of BlackRock Fink is the real problem? Probably because, hedge funds are they're in the direct line of fire of who's attempting to drive the price down. Man, gee, it sounds good. I wish I could have my coffee. I need to go make some. I'm expecting some boom boom candles maybe this week, Joe. I don't necessarily think today. I know a lot of people are kind of forecasting, huge movements today. I told you guys after SSR trips, you got to count down 3 days. It could be four. So what did we trip? We tripped last week on Wednesday, right? So Thursday, Friday, Monday. So boom boom candles could happen, I think, either today or tomorrow. And I'm kind of expecting or leaning more towards starting to see price improvements starting tomorrow. And then maybe a little bit sideways on Wednesday, just because Wednesdays inherently are rough days. But I'm expecting to start seeing some nice green candlestick movements for this week because of what happened last week. Fink is associated with the Bush, Clinton, Obama, Biden crowd. Okay. I actually don't know his background. Michael, it's good to see you. Welcome to the family. Don't go. Have a great day. I peed in Kenny's pool. I think BlackRock does. No, I don't. Hold on a second. I don't think BlackRock does own 10% of the float. Last time I checked, it was Vanguard that was up nearly 10%. Yeah, the current amount of shares showing on Fintel, according to their reports, Vanguard actually owns more than BlackRock of AMC. Vanguard owns 47 million shares, and that's not even 10%, right? 10% would be both companies, BlackRock and Vanguard, are under 10% because our float's 516, so they would need to own 51.6 million shares. So Vanguard's the closest one with 47 million, and then BlackRock has 42.8. So neither one of those two companies, according to Fintel's current data. Now they would have to have the only way that you could know for sure. Well, actually, there isn't a way that you could know for sure, but I don't believe that BlackRock and Vanguard own 10% as of right now. I think they're still in a distribution type phase. I don't. I think we'll all know when they're starting to accumulate. It'll be pretty obvious. Caitlin says, did any institution sell? I can't. So I would say in some parts, yes. Right? I mean, if you want to, because I always tell you guys I can tell when you're selling. I can. Somebody asked me a question this weekend about like you said that you would let us know when things were kind of looking or heading south, and you said that you saw some bad things in uh, November, and there this is what really concerned me when I first started seeing it. Um, First off, we had the price failure here in like the middle of November, where price just absolutely started tanking. And if you take a look at oh, I'm not even on the right company. Well, this is HYMC, and they did the same thing. Hold on a second. Let me pull up the right company. I was like, this doesn't look right. Let me pull up the right company here. Alrighty. So what I want you to see is still the same thing though. This is middle of November, back here when price started to fail a little bit. Let me zoom out. Um, Middle of November, kind of late-ish November, price started failing. We had this big drop all the way down. There was something that I saw in there that really started to concern me, and it was on loan amounts dropping severely. I mean, they were falling really rapidly. And it told me that something was going on, and I wasn't quite sure what it was. Uh, and then also we had exchange reported short interest also falling at the same time. But what became the most concerning to me was when on loan amounts dipped down to near short, not exactly short interest amounts, but the trend of the chart being showing a very even or similar type trend, or what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Dipping down to a line on the chart here, even though these are staged in such a way that where it's not the same values. It was very concerning for me, and so I started looking into what was going on, and it was shortly thereafter that we started getting some of the positions for um, like Citadel actually had switched from having more puts than longs to having more longs than puts. And I started to get very concerned about that. And I was like, okay, wait a minute, what's going on here? They did close. They did actually close a lot of positions on this price movement downwards. But then they opened them back up, right? They opened them back up, so we're looking good again. The other part to that is that this was absolutely 100% a sell-off by institutions, and I have proof of it, both in 13F and 13G filings. Is it 13G? Why do I feel like it's not 13G? 13F and 13G filings. There was definitely, they sold off, long institutions sold off their positions and rebought back in at two specific points, and you can see it in in the charts. And it occurred right. I'm going to take a screenshot because I can't stand that all these numbers pop up on here when I'm trying to show you. So they bought once here. As you can see, the price rose up, and then they rebought back in for a much larger amount right here. And that's when they started forced lending again. So institutions started buying or loaning more, I should say, not institutions, but hedge funds started loaning more shares, and you can see that in the on loan amount as it spiked up. So, can I undo those? How do I undo those? Yeah. So basically, what happened is on loan amount dropped. Long institutions are like, oh heck no. If you're gonna make this thing run, we want more money, so we're gonna sell off, buy back in at a lower price, and force you to start borrowing again. And so that's what they did, and they started forced borrowing back up. So that's what you have here. This big gap, the gap that formed back up here, like we had previously. This is where long institutions are making their money, and they don't trust in a squeeze. They never ever ever trust in a squeeze, especially one where they don't have control over it. So they're trying to make as much money as they can on the front side of this thing. And so this scared me though. It scared me really, really bad because I was like, wait a minute, something's going on here. I don't see that same thing happening this time. And so, but you're asking like, was there selling off going on? I think there was, but it might have been a little bit more from retail this time than it was from institutions. And the reason that I say that is because on Fidelity, we saw the data over the last week and a half showed that we were under a 50-50 ratio. There were more sell orders than there were buy orders. So but some of that may have been day traders or swing traders. I don't know how much of it, but we got past it though. I think we got past it, and we're going to have that momentary portion of time where price is going to stall out temporarily while we get rid of our dead weight, and then we'll start moving back up again. And we've seen that happen several times in the past. Brenda says, how can this screwery still be going on since 2008, and why are not more companies and institutions getting stolen from not doing anything either? I'm not sure if I understand that question completely. Keto, I got you down for your price prediction. Sir, thank you very much. 24.13 to 27.13. How can the screwery still be going on? Well, I guess the only really good answer that I have for you is that welcome to the stock market. They are here to make money. And that's like asking, I feel like that's asking like, like maybe how do carnivals that, run risky rides that break down and kill people still have a business to operate? You know what I mean? Somehow they just move around from city to city. They find new laws and regulations or whatever to skate past, and they carnies, they find a way. They find a way to keep operating no matter what, because that's what they're there to do. They're there to make money. And so long as they make money, they're going to continue to do what it is that they do, and they know they they um, they buy lobbyists to make sure that things go their direction. Um, I mean, it seems like I feel like, if you think about it, it really just kind of makes sense. We're in their market. We're not in our market, we're in their market. And you need to remember that. This is not your market. This is not my market. This is their market. And you're just throwing a wrench into their workplace. I know you want to think that it's our market, but it's not. It's not. We're operating inside of somebody else's business. We're the outsiders. So how do they operate like this? Normally. I don't know what you get. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I peed in Kenny's pool. Reading through what you guys are writing here. Well, the gold mine's not looking too hot this second right now. But when the market's doing well, it's not going to do well. Why did they get rid of the pawn shop rule? Please answer. I don't know what the pawn shop rule is. If you could specify what you're talking about, I try to answer it. Yeah, we got our pokey stick of volume in here, guys. Let's take a look at it. It was about 78,000 shares, which is really close to what we had. So we're looking at like, let's see here. I'm going to go with 40 to 60 million shares in volume. Let me try to catch up on the reading here. Those names don't mean anything to me, Caitlin. But you said Larry Fink, CEO BlackRock, is also on the board of the Robin Hood Foundation. Please share this on Reddit. I can do that. I can look into that and share it. Well, I don't really expect Steven much more than doubling of total amount of volume for the day out of the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. And I think we had just about, well, let's see here. Volume is 1, 3, 4, 4,000. Yeah, we had 180,000. So we had like 100,000 shares having been traded going to our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume, and then it added on to it an additional 78,000 shares. So it's a little underperforming from half or doubling, I should say, doubling of the amount of shares traded up to that point of the day. Which I mean, it's not that far off. 78 versus 102. It's pretty close. The stick itself, though. Well, I mean, it's it's not very large. I understand that. I get what you're saying there. Let's see here. I hope hedge fund managers become carnies after this. You're welcome, Brenda. It's true, Nosa. I mean, I think a lot of people really feel like this is our market, and it's not our market. We don't control it. We don't have the largest positions in it. We're peons. We are literally peons in this market. But we're making an impact. Even though we're peons, we're still making a huge impact on this market. So, which I think is incredible. And it's only through social media and the ability to be able to converse with each other and have opinions, that I think it's making as much of a difference as it is. I want to take the market back for sure, cutie cut. I don't I don't think that Tony was saying that it could only squeeze to $80. Well, I mean, I think you might be misunderstanding. I think he was giving an example. I'd have to go back and take a look at what it was he said specifically, but I think he's saying it doesn't matter at what price it squeezes to. He may have said 80, 100, 10,000, 100,000, whatever the number may be. So I don't think if we have a squeeze, I think he's pretty sure. I'm putting words into his mouth. I'm putting words into his mouth here, but I think he would agree that if this actually had a squeeze where margin calls um, were initiated, that $80 is a very low number and probably unrealistic. Oh boy, I got reading to do. I'll have to check into that, Danny, as far as ISDA goes. I know they've been talking about it a lot lately. I'm gonna have to do some more research. Hey, Sammy, you rock too, man. I need to get coffee. I really need to get coffee here. Monty, I got you down. Thank you, sir, for the price prediction. Maybe because institutions aren't backing it, Caitlin. That would probably be my guess. It depends on how many shares they have, Gary, as to whether or not they have to give a 2-day notice before selling their shares. It would depend on how many shares they have. I forget what the actual number is. Uh, I don't know that they're there though. It might be 10%, and they're under 10. Pawn shop rule. Okay, yeah. So if that, I didn't realize that people were calling that the pawn shop rule, but actually, now that you mention it, now that I think about it, Cole, I haven't had my coffee yet this morning, and you're 100% correct. The reason that I think that people were calling it the pawn shop rule was because they could then start using some of their assets in um, crap assets, basically, to use those to meet margin requirements. So I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I really don't. Um, I know a lot of people are really kind of pulling and waiting for the 010 to go through. All I can say is this, Cole. We didn't need 010 to squeeze before. There's no reason why we need it now. End of story. Right? I mean, GME started to squeeze and had what happened with it without 010. We had a squeeze in May/June without it. We did a sympathy squeeze when GME did last January. We don't need that rule to have a squeeze. So I'm not too worried about it one way or the other. Aria, I'm doing good. Good morning to you. Good morning. Uh, Gary's going 2150 to 2350. Good morning, Savvy. Uh, Monty's throwing me up a Robinhood link. So, board of directors for Robinhood. Yeah, I can definitely. We'll take a look at this. Leadership Council. Holy moly, it's a lot of names to look up, but we can do it. Not Chan Chan. I could definitely elaborate on it. I haven't seen his video yet, so I'll have to go take a watch on it real quick and see. So for the title for the day today, guys, is make sure to have your MOASS checklist. And so I'm going to post this up into the top here. Um, Somebody was asking earlier this morning if you guys did your public space place your tile. I actually did it this weekend. I did it a couple times. Um, but what I want to show you guys is I do have a MOASS checklist that I've posted once before. So I'm going to actually post that up top because I want you guys to be prepared for this. Um, Whenever it may happen, it's good to have a list ready. If I can ever get this thing to load. There we go. So I'm going to post it up top. I'm going to pin it up top so you guys can see it. I think it's worth a good read through there. I think there's a good list. If you just want to skip to the very end, I think the list is pretty comprehensive, but at the same time, there's probably other things that could be added to it as well. But it's a very, very good read through, and I think gives everybody a chance or an opportunity to think about things in a different light, um, and perhaps to be able to set yourself up for success in the future by planning now. Good morning, MB. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, Gary. I just don't think that's going to happen. I don't think you're going to get any kind of notification in advance, an advance warning that institutions are selling, and quite frankly, I don't really care. I don't care when the institutions are selling because it's not going to make a darn difference to me when they do sell because it's not going to make any difference. We have enough outstanding shares out there in existence that it won't make a single drop in the bucket to save anything from happening or stop anything from happening. They have they have such a small portion. It is so small, so incredibly small that it will be insignificant to any kind of impact in movement in price. I mean, you'll definitely see the price move down, but in contrast to the amount of shares that are left that have to be what's the word for the amount of synthetic shares that have to be purchased, it's the shares that they have is insignificant. I mean, between BlackRock and Vanguard alone, you're talking about 90 million shares. Big whooping deal. That ain't nothing. We're talking about billions of shares. 90 million shares is nothing. It's so minuscule. It's not even worth talking about. It's just ridiculous to even mention it. And here's the other part to it too. If you remember what I was just saying earlier about how if you're following what the institutions are doing and selling when the institutions are selling, you're not going to be making the kind of money that they're making. And the reason I say that is because they're already making their money on the front side of the squeeze and they'll make their money on the back side of the squeeze. They're not trying to make it on the way up, on running the price up. That's not how they make their money. They don't count on a squeeze to make their money. So if you try to do what it is that they're doing, well, then you should have been doing the same thing that they were doing all along and loaning out your shares and collecting that money with the loans that you were doing because that's what they're making money off of. And you should have been doing calls and puts along the way as well, like they've been doing, and hedging against this from succeeding. But that's not what we're here to do. So if you want to put yourself in that boat as an institution, say I should do what the institutions are doing, then you're jumping into that boat too late because they've been making money on this for over a year. We control this float. We're the ones that decide when this is over, not the institutions. And anybody who thinks the institutions have control over what's going to happen with this squeeze is sadly mistaken. And they will get out of this play way too early. Chad, good morning. You don't have to be on my ship. Be on your own ship. I'd rather have an armada of ships out there than one big giant ship. I'm not looking for the love boat. I want a bunch of marauders. You drive your own boat, because we don't need no love boats out here. The love boats don't win you battles. We need a bunch of different sized ships of all different kinds doing what it is that they want to do when they want to do it. But the point is that you know we're not institutions. We don't have to follow what it is that they're doing, and we own this float. We get to decide when this battle's over. Do you think that psychological game being played will cause 80% of retail to jump on profit before margin calls, say about $100, for example? And if so, what would 80% sell off due to people that hold? Um, that's actually a really good question, not Chan Chan, and that's why I'm looking at indicators like volume and dip over dip size decreasing. Those are the two indicators because historically speaking, when you go back and you look at other squeezes from the past, you can tell what's happening in the market based off of demand. Supply and demand is very, very easy to give you a prediction of where price is going to move to. So, and the nice thing is that the squeeze doesn't just end overnight. It doesn't happen in an hour. It takes much, much longer than an hour or 2 hours to occur. It happens over days. So you can pick your spot. You don't even have to sell at the top or on the front side. You can sell on the back side and still get to within a very close percentage of the top. And anybody who suggests otherwise, tell them to go look at the VW squeeze and prove me wrong. I already showed it last week on Friday, how there my example of watching volume and dip sizes decreasing on the backside of the squeeze, you can get easily over 25% of the top. But I'm going to show you an example. I'm going to go back to GME. I'm going to show you an example here. Let's see if I can do it on a Actually, let's do it off of TradingView. Give me 1 second while I set it up, because I'm going to show you guys where people are going to sell if they sell with institutions. And if they do, that's fine. It's not going to hurt me at all. I can still ride this thing out for a much longer period of time. I know exactly how long I need to hold on to it for because I'm watching what everybody else is doing. So I'm not going to be a bag holder. Let me put this on a 30-minute interval because I think that should get me what I need. So what I'm about to show you guys, remember that this is 30-minute, each one of these candlesticks is 30 minutes long. So this is GME's run up. And I covered this in a video called Back to the Future with GME, I think is what it was called. It's under my helpful videos, I think. But potentially, a lot of people will probably sell. This is that point that you're talking about right here, right? Like it runs up. Believe it or not, and you can't really see it very well in this presentation here, but price does run up to 100 and some odd dollars. Unfortunately, because this is TradingView, it doesn't show the pre-market hours very well. But if I could zoom in on a closer period of time, there are periods of time in here where price in the pre-market rose up to about, let's see, I've got the data here. Hold on 1 second. No, I don't have it. I don't have it open because I didn't reload it. But price rose up to about 140 bucks in the pre-market, fell back down. The data is not showing it here because TradingView is kind of crappy with its data on pre-market. But and then at market open, it rose back up again. It dropped down to 60, went up to like 140, dropped back down to 60, and then rose at market open all the way back up to that $160 price, and then fell back down to that $60 price again. There's going to be a lot of people that sell in here. How do I know? Look at volume. Look at what volume did over those 2 days. Right there. Some people are going to make mistakes during that period of time. But if you're looking at the right indicators, you're not going to make those mistakes early. You're going to be waiting for dip sizes to decrease, not increase. And these dip sizes only started getting, we're getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then they start getting smaller on the backside of this. This 30-minute interval is such a really bad one. I really implore you guys to go check out the video though that I put in there. If you go to my content and then you go to, or actually go to playlists, then go to helpful videos, and I think it's in that one. Nope, is it not in that one? I need to move it. It should be under helpful videos. It's not under helpful videos. Let me check it and see where it's at here. It's under interviews and presentations. And it's called Back to the Future GME. And basically what we do is we live it minute by minute. I think we used, what was our time interval? We used a time interval, I think, of 10-minute interval. I think we used a 10-minute interval in there so you could see what was happening, and we just lived through the squeeze. But if you sell with institutions, you might be in this group right here. You might be in this group right here. And you can see volume falling. Day over day volume starts to fall. Part of the reason volume was falling here during this period of time, though, you have to remember, is they started taking away the buy button on the 27th. I fully believe that the volume would have started picking back up because the volume didn't really, these 2 days were very similar volume. I can tell you that just because I know off the top of my head that they were like within just a couple million of each other, the 21st and the 26th. Very, very similar days in volume, but volume started falling off by the 27th because they took the buy button away. And that's your cue. That's your cue that you know you're getting close to the top. Not Chan Chan says if 20% of retail hold, can numbers still be in the picture? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Chan Chan. Like, can we continue to see higher numbers if just 20% of us hold? We could. I mean, that's assuming that nothing else crazy happens. But if 20% of us held, if you figure it would depend on how many shares we had in, between us, and that the margin calls were happening. I mean, it really kind of, I mean, there's so many factors that are involved, but a lot of it has to do with whether or not margin calls occur. I think it was 3-1 country. CPE, I think it was 3-1. Einstein says commodities are pushing higher. Watch for falling stock prices. Our gold mine went from 6% down to 4% down, so they do appear to be pushing a little bit here. How will we know when you sell? I think I'll make it pretty clear and obvious, Gary. I won't make it a mystery too much. I think it should be pretty clear. And you've seen me work before. What happens when I work? I get super quiet. I gotta work. I gotta work intensely. It's a quiet time. Gotta find your zen and be in the moment, and you'll know it. With me, I can't multitask. There's no way I'll be answering questions or yeah, I'm gonna be very highly focused on what it is that I'm doing and making sure that I get everything just right. So I can all I can guarantee you. That's supposing that when I decide to sell, that it would be during market hours and that I'm actually live streaming. Is there a potential chance that I sell in the aftermarket hours? Actually, there's a really high potential. If you go back and you look historically at when prices move the most during a squeeze, it is during off-market hours. Not necessarily pre-market. I would think more in the after-hour period of time. If I do decide to sell off my position when it's the after hours and I'm not streaming, I would start the stream back up just so that people knew that I was doing something. But I don't plan on leaving anybody in I don't plan on being mysterious about it. Can I give a thumbs up? Yeah. Hold on. There you go. Does that work? How about a Fallout thumbs up? Yep. Explosions larger than my thumb. That's good. Nosa says you will see him smiling while his eyes shines once he sells. I have a feeling there's some truth to that. Man, and GD says you'll hear the largest sigh of relief a person has ever made when Casey sells. I have a feeling that's probably very true too. When I get done and it's all said and over, I'll probably go like, well, that was fun. You know, it'll be kind of one of those moments where I think we'll all have a sense of relief. Morning, Brian. Yes, Joe, I will. I will still give updates after I've sold. I don't want to leave people hanging, and I know that there may be some people who plan on holding longer than I hold for. So I will come back. I don't know how much longer after I've sold for I'll do this show for. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a couple days tops. Maybe like, you can only imagine. I'm gonna get blown up. I'm gonna get absolutely blown up. And I'll try to put in a good at least 2 days. How's that? I'll put in at least a good 2 days, maybe three. This is not where, or maybe what I'll do is I'll be watching for viewers and see how many viewers I actually have still watching and use that as like an indicator as to when I can stop. Um, I just, who's going to want to watch this? Who's going to want to watch after history's done been made? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't. I'd be done. I hope you guys, I hope you'll be done too. Hayden, if YouTube goes down, I try to restart it once or twice, depending upon whether it's an issue from my side or not. From there, I move to Twitch. Twitch is Casey_Shaw. And if Twitch doesn't work, then I move to posting on Twitter and Reddit, what Discord you can find me on. So if that doesn't work, I might do like a space call on Twitter if Twitter's up and running. I like a GD, but I can't. I don't think I could do that. It'd be fun to do, but no, Hayden, I probably won't go for 2 weeks later. Brenda, here's the thing. I'm uh I'm not a YouTuber. I wasn't cut out for this. This is not what I want to do in life. And I'm documenting history here, Brenda, and I feel like what you said there was a joke, so I'm gonna take it as a joke. But this is not what I want in life, and I would hope that you would do whatever it is that you want to do in your life when this is all said and done, just as I would hope that you would want that for me as well. So this isn't exactly what I want out of life, um, but we're still gonna have communication. I'm not gonna completely cut off from you guys. I, this is not see y'all later and take off and run with my money kind of thing. I'm going to have a community set up and provided that's going to be a safe community that only apes are allowed to be a part of. I'm not going to disclose where that community is going to be at, but until I'm ready to disclose that. But there will be a place for us to talk after this is said and over, and you will have to verify yourself as an ape to within my conditions in order for you to be a part of the community. And it's going to be free. It's a free community where we can all talk afterwards. Uh, I think we're going to need each other. 100%. Brenda, 100% we're going to need each other after this is over. We're going to have a lot of questions, a lot of trials, a lot of things are going to be happening for us. And for us to just ignore the fact that we've had community, that we've gone through all this together, and we can trust each other through that would be a waste to not use that. So there will absolutely be some place to where we can still talk. So, but no, I'm glad you said what you said though, because I don't plan on just quitting YouTube and then walking away completely. Bill, that's why I'm saying when you sell, I don't want you to come back here really. I don't. I want you to go to the new place. I want you to go to the new place and go have your conversations with people who have also sold. That's why I want there to be a separation between people who have sold and people who are still in the race, because you just don't want to have that kind of influence. You don't want to have that kind of influence on other people, and you don't want to discourage other people from doing what it is that they want to do. So I want to provide you as a seller to have a safe place to go start talking with people who are like you. And so that's why I want there to be a separation in people who are of like mind and not of like mind. Brenda says I'm gonna be on a jet. Cutie cuts. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's free. That's how it should be. The secret password, boop. I need to go get my coffee, guys, so I'm gonna go ahead and take my break here. Joe wants to know what will be a good buy zone to average down. It's your money, it's your choice, man. Remember the golden rules more than anything, though. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna zoom out just a tad bit here and take my break. Let me put. Oh man, the music's gonna be terrible. I'm gonna have to iron out the music situation since I did a reboot. Let me see if I can't. Well, I know I've got one playlist here that's acceptable, so I'm gonna play this while I'm gone, and I will see you guys 15 minutes before market open. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Alex, good morning. Got a little bit of a speck on my glasses here. So crazy stuff going on yesterday. Really, really crazy. I don't know how it's going to play an impact on distribution in the United States. We already had a container shipping incident within the last year that's kind of hurt supplies. Casey should teach a squeeze class at MIT. I actually wouldn't mind. That would be actually kind of fun to do. But I mean, how often do they happen? Is it worthwhile talking about? It's like doing a class on winning the lottery. I won it one time. Yeah, I'm an expert. You know, I'm just teasing, but it's it's kind of one of those things where I don't know if it happens enough to make it worthwhile. But let's talk about airlines. Airlines, what happened? What is going on with the airlines? I want to show you guys a page. I'm running a little bit of a risk here by showing you guys this page, just because yesterday this is what caused me to have problems. So hopefully this web page doesn't screw me over again. But I want to show this to you guys before I do my market prediction. I got 12 minutes to do this. And I just want to show you guys this real quickly. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you that in 2021, and you're going to have to do, I'm going to do a trust me bro on this. I despise trust me bronomics, but I already looked up the data. It was 106,000 flights in the U.S. were canceled last year. So if you take 106,000 flights, divide that by 365 days, you get 290 flights canceled a day in the U.S. Check this out. This is flights from yesterday. Right here. Flights canceled yesterday, 1,659 flights were canceled yesterday. Today, so far, 472 flights. Look at this. Watch this. Tomorrow, into the future, 19 flights already canceled for tomorrow. Wednesday, two flights are already canceled. Now cancellations or delays. I'm sorry, those are cancellations. It's this number right here that we're looking for. But look at the delays. Delays within the U.S. Into or out of the United States yesterday was 5,765. Today is 639. But this all started 2 days ago. So it's been like the numbers yesterday at 5,000, it was like 7,000 or 6,000 the day before. So there's some crazy stuff going on flights, and the thing is somebody said weather, then they said technical difficulties, but if you look, you can actually go by airline and you can see all the airlines that are having cancellations. You can see by origin, by airport, by destination airport. It is not, it is worldwide. It is not just the United States. It is worldwide and it is across all, almost all carriers. Almost all carriers. I mean, some of them got away. There are a couple in here that got really low numbers. But I mean, just like Southwest was one of the worst ones. For this is off of yesterday's numbers. Let me look at today's. Southwest, for example, where are they at on here? Oh, I wonder how they do this. It was yesterday. It was at the top of the list. Now it's not so much. I'm not sure how this list is produced. I'm actually not seeing Southwest on the list now. Let me go with yesterday's numbers. Southwest, 400 flights canceled, 1,439 flights delayed. That is insane. What is going on? Something's happening. I don't know what, but something really, really strange is going on there. And, I can only imagine that, like I started off the conversation, distribution, we had distribution issues across the U.S. with shipping containers from ships. Then we had trucking issues. And now we're having airline flight issues, which means more distribution problems. These are the kind of things, these modes of transportation are the kind of things that you start to see failures in first, I think, before you see a crashing market. I really do. I really do think that that's what this is signaling, um, especially when it's across the world. There's something going on, and I don't know what it is exactly, but it ain't usual. It is not usual. I don't know. I really don't know, Einstein, what it is. But the fact that there's that many cancellations and that many, I mean, for those of you guys who are part of the industry, maybe you would know better than I would, but I'm pretty sure that there's, whenever they have flights that are canceled or delayed, they get fined. They get fined heavily for having cancellations and delays on flights. So when you see numbers that are that high, you know there's something going on. Absolutely something going on. No, I hadn't heard of that, Caitlin, but that's pretty crazy. Short interest says up to 15.47% on HYMC. That's crazy. All right, let me try and get a price prediction here, guys. Let me just try to figure out where we're heading to, um, so I can get this morning started here. I got to like 5 minutes to figure this out. Let's see, where are we heading to? I feel like we're testing off the bottom here. It's kind of crap. So maybe we finish above 2340. I'm gonna say 23 to 26. because I actually think it's going to be a sideways trading day. So I'm going to give myself just a tad bit of cushion down. And I'm going to say somewhere between 23 and 26. Man, I hope that's enough. I feel like I should do 22.50. Yeah, I'm going to go 22.50. Man, I feel like I'm shooting. 23 to 26 was the number that I gave Friday. I'm going to do 22.50 to 25.50. I hope I don't regret that. Doug, I appreciate all of you too. I do. I really do appreciate you guys. 22 and 25. Yeah, I kind of am leaning more towards 22 to 25, Doug, but that's almost what I want to put in as well. It really is, but I'm going to leave it the way that I got it. I'm going to chance it for the high side, just in case. I don't want to miss a little bit of the high side. Okay, Eric's coming in. Okay, so makes me feel a little bit better. It makes me feel better when Eric comes in with a price prediction really close to mine. All of us probably feel better. He's got 22.80 to 25.80. So he's really, really close to what I've got. That actually, I'm kind of like in between that whole like 22, 23 range. Mondays do typically run up a little bit, historically speaking, guys. Oh dang, I don't have my numbers up yet. Historically speaking, whenever we have a red day on Fridays, we have less of a chance of hitting a green day on Mondays. I don't remember the percentage, and I don't have the Excel sheet spreadsheet open. Look at this, guys. There's a sell wall here at 23.30. They absolutely do not want this go high any higher than 23.30 off market open. They're willing to just settle this right here at 23.30 and say, let's just go straight across the board until market opens. And it's actually taking hits. Thanks, Jeebs. Oh, it's Jabebs. Jabebs. You're welcome. I had 1/3 of it to do with it. Steven's going 25.5 to 28.5. He's going on the top side there. Pip Ray 24.42. Coffee. Peace. All right, guys. So the song for the day today, I'm just gonna preface this by saying, the song talks about whenever it mentions she, I want you to think Amy. Think Amy when it says she, and she's a carver, but we still love her. Alrighty, guys. I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Roll for that.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Sometimes you gotta bleed to know that you're alive and have a soul. But it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. The songs on the radio are okay, but my taste in music is your face. And it takes a song to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the holes so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the holes so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. Sometimes you gotta bleed to know, that you're alive and have a soul, but it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever the tear in my heart. She's a carver, she's a butcher with a smile. Cut me farther than I've ever been.
Good morning, you filthy animals. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Good morning, good morning, good morning. She is a carver. She's definitely taken us farther than we've ever been. I can't tell you guys. I've watched stocks fall 50% before that I've been a part of. And this is another test, I think, of that same kind of thing where you've dropped maybe 50 or 60% of your total net profits at some point, depending upon when you got in on this and when you didn't get in on this. Maybe some of you are actually still in the green. I know I'm in the green right now, but there was a period of time when I was over 50% losses, and I kept averaging down, and I feel good. I feel really good. I know some of you don't feel good. I think that will pass, but it's definitely testing you and taking you farther than you've ever been. How do you guys feel? I feel pretty good about this week. I don't think that today, coin says black. I don't think that today is going to be that day that we're really going to see a big pump in price. I'm not expecting a huge jump up in price today. I think that maybe the rest of the week is going to look a little bit better, except for maybe Wednesday, just because Wednesdays are kind of rough for us in general, usually anyways. But yeah, I feel good. I feel good, and I feel really confident about where we're heading. I hear you guys. It's been tough. It's been really, really tough. Um, I don't know. I think you guys are growing. It may not feel like it, but you're going to walk away with this with life experiences that you've never had before, and um, you're going to see life differently. You're going to experience life differently. You're going to probably be more calm in your future endeavors. I think this is teaching you something. At the very least, it's teaching you something, and it's patience. Very little patience for us people nowadays. Everybody wants satisfaction right away. Accept it. Let it happen. Let the patience kind of flow inside of you. Find your zen. Be calm, relaxed. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. I don't see anything that looks terrible. Coin says the trucker convoy is in Weatherford now. Should be going through Austin today. Nice. Well, if anybody is a part of that trucker convoy, please reach out to me. If you're a part of that trucker convoy and you're listening to this, reach out to me. I would love to be able to pump a gallon of gas or a tank. I don't know how much a tank of gas costs for a truck. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I'd love to put in I'd love to put in a gallon of gas into your tank for you, though. And even if it's just one person putting in a gallon, maybe that helps you out. I don't know. Maybe hand you some waters or some food or something. That'd be awesome. Steven says this has taught me how to be numb. I'm telling you guys, it's definitely been a gut punch for a lot of us, for sure. But nothing really great in life came easy. I promise you that. I promise you, nothing great in life came easy. Oh, I almost forgot to point it out to you guys. We went out to go eat this weekend, and we went to Pluckers, and there was a sporting goods store right across the way, and I picked me up one of these cool Yeti coffee cups, and excuse me, I now have nice and warm coffee throughout the morning. I don't feel like I have to just down it the whole time. It feels great. It feels great on my tongue and my lips, nice and tingly. Hmm. That was not an advertisement, by the way. You can buy whatever brand you want. There's several brands out there that work. Red Dog says, "Do you think Hunter Biden and Kenny Griffin will share a cell block when this is all done?" You know what's insane to me right now? My son, I was talking to my son this weekend, my son Bradley, and we were playing some games and stuff together. And he's like, "Dad, I got to show you something." And he showed me Congress talking, um, and I can't remember. All I remember was is that the division of I want to say it was part of the FBI division of like computer something or other. I don't know what it was, but they don't know where the laptop is. They have no idea where the laptop is, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Like what?" Like that just makes no sense to me whatsoever. I'm like, how does that thing just go missing? No, that is not cool. I'm not cool with that. But Gates, I think it was Senator Gates, said, "I have a copy of all the information off the laptop right here. I want to submit it." And they would not submit it into evidence. I'm telling you guys, that is messed up. There's some messed up stuff happening. That angered me. It angered me. My son showed that to me, and I was pissed. I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like people are just getting away with this stuff," and it's just like, there's two different sets of laws in this country. Two different sets of rules. The rules for the common people and the rules for the rich people. We're fighting one of those right now. We're fighting one of those right now, and I think we're doing a damn good job of it. So I don't know. Maybe we can get maybe we can get things back on track again and get rules that apply to everybody. Because the cybercrime division, thank you, Coin. I can't remember words. I was so angry after watching that. I was like, "Are you kidding me? You can't just you can't lose evidence like that." They know. Of course they know. Yeah, you're right, Gary. I was thinking back to that post that I had made a while ago where the guy had filled up his truck with gasoline and was showing the bill and it was like $2,000 or $3,000 and I was like that was going through my head when I said I'll pay for your tank. No, I won't pay for a tank of gas. I'll pay for a gallon. But a gallon still helps them get somewhere. If every single person pays for a gallon, it helps. I just there's something inherently wrong when you know evidence like that's just lost. There's something wrong. I don't even want to make it about Republicans and Democrats. We just need good people. That's what we need, Red Dog. Because I think there's good people on both sides of the aisle, but we need good people in control, and we don't have good people in control, and that's the problem. Because that kind of information it's just not right to get lost. You guys are going to turn this into another Republican Democrat thing, and it's not what it is. We need good people. Because Anthony, I'm a Republican, and I vote to legalize weed. But for every one of those kind of comments, the Republicans can come up with a comment and say something for the other side. So stop making it about Republicans and Democrats. Just stop. It's not about Republicans and Democrats. It's about making things right, and it's not right. We all know it's not right. It has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats. What we see happening in front of us is not right, and it has nothing to do with Republicans versus Democrats. It's the entire system. It's the entire system is messed up, and we're all at fault for it. Both sides. Every single one of us. Why are we both responsible for this? Because it's happening, and we're allowing it to happen. Let's not argue. Let's just fight the fight that we came here to fight. Let's get that over with first. But we're all responsible for all of this. Every single one of us, and we have to take ownership. If you don't want to take ownership, then you're just part of the problem. I take ownership for it. There are things that are wrong that need fixing, and I take ownership. I'd like to believe otherwise, Red Dog. I'd like to believe otherwise. You might be right. Maybe I'm just, maybe I'm too much of an idealist. I think that's the problem. I'm too much of an idealist. I want to talk about those flights again. Coin says anarchy. I'm telling you, it's going to get to that point. If we don't fix stuff, it's going to get to that point to where people are going to be so pissed off that they just can't take it anymore. I mean, we almost saw that happen after this last election. It's really getting to that point to where there's so much division amongst ourselves that we're getting to that point to where anarchy is pretty much the only last option available. My hopes is that we can fix stuff before we get to that point. We need to. Coin says I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew. How long have you been up for, Coin? Dan says, what's your thoughts on SSR being a target for today? Any advantage to them this early in the week? So the one thing about Mondays is I really feel like a lot of times they try to sucker in a lot of options play on Mondays by raising the price a little bit. SSR trips today at $20.97. Let's go ahead and move that up a little bit, or I guess I should say down. 20.97. So synthetic price failure. The 35% turnaround point's the white line. I think I have 2282 as a secondary turning around point, which is like I think I have that set up for 34%. It's just a little bit underneath, just something to kind of give like an idea of like something just slightly less than 35%. But look at this, guys. 35% being a turnaround point. We came to within 1 penny of $22.33. It was 22.34 and then reversed last Friday. 1 penny to within a 35% turnaround point. 20.35.60. 1 penny. We never hit the price that we needed to go up to, which was 15% up in order to see a reversal. Do I still have that line in here? I think I do. Let me just make sure that's right. 25.69. Let me just make sure that's correct. Hold on 1 second. Oh, son of a gun. Let me take you guys to the other page just for a second because I don't have all my stuff open still to this point. So let me take you over to the other page for just a second while I open up my Excel spreadsheet. Okay. So 2234. Should be 2569 would be the point that we would need to break through in price. So I do have it set up correctly. This is what we need to drive through 2569 to set new highs. Otherwise, we're going to continue to check new lows. So we hit the 35% right here. Oftentimes, what you'll see have happen is they'll run price back up, and then they'll run it back down and test that 35%. They're looking for paper hands. That's what they're looking for. They're fishing. So until they stop fishing, until they can't find any more paper hands, this won't release. They'll continue to do it so long as it's profitable to find shares at market value. And they will continue to do this, drive it up and down. Oftentimes we see it happen 2, sometimes 3 times before they actually let it go and let it rip beyond the 15% that it needs to go up past. We'll take a look at Ichimoto Cloud here in just a little bit. Salty Dog says, I believe Elon bought Twitter so he could have a voice in stopping the censorship. He did buy, it sounds like he bought just underneath 10%, 9 point something percent of Twitter to be able to, as Salty Dog say, maybe as an attempt to try and be able to have some kind of say as to what can be said and what can't be said on Twitter. John says, this is not Twitter day. How is, I haven't even looked up to see what Twitter is. Is it TWTR? We haven't even looked at it yet, really. Let's look at it from a daily perspective. Oh, definite jump up there for sure. Reminds me of this gap down that we had back here. This is the gap up. Wow. It closed last week at 39.31. It's at 47.60 right now. Interesting. There's your gap up. The new deluxe Shaw mug will have the ability to run for office. Not this Shaw. Not this one. I'm not cut out for it. I'm all, guys, I don't like doing YouTube, but I'm gonna run for office. That's a laugh. That's a laugh. Thank you. That that really made my day, Doctor. I appreciate that. I don't want to be a YouTuber, but I'm gonna run for office. That got me. That got me good. 10% was a bribe to not suspend them anymore. That's funny. Let's get our Bollinger Bands back up. Volume's kind of meh. It's all right. It's not terrible. My volume for the prediction for the day today is 40 to 60 million. I think I might be on the slightly on this low side, but I'm okay with that. I'm all right with being low. I'd rather be low than high. Yeah, that is mind-blowing, Nosa. Trent says SSR today would be fire. Okay, that's good. I'm glad it's the mug, doctor, because as long as it's the mug that's running for office, that's the key part. Um, I'd vote for mug. I should have my own coffee cup. Maybe I can get this one styled. I don't know if you guys can see the color on this. It's like that nice. I feel like it's like a cobalt blue. That's my favorite color. I mean, that's the whole reason why I use cobalt crowns for my AMKC. I love cobalt blue. I think it's just such a cool color. Um, it's a very unique color. Twitter's the place where we share a lot of AMC information. It sure is. I'm kind of curious with his 10% or near 10% ownership in Twitter. Does that mean he gets to have a board seat now? Does he get to sit on the board of directors? I would imagine so. I'm just looking at SSR guys is the dotted line. The red line down here is 40% dip in price from our last high. Our last high being $34.33. That would be another turnaround point. Yeah, I'm not doing any of that stuff, Gary. I appreciate it, but uh, I'm not into marketing myself. I mean, it's just if I make something, I just make it and just give it out free. Still need tickets for the bathroom? What the heck is that? I'll tell you what would be really fun though is if we have if we have a situation to where we MOASS and everything and we have a group meetup. I'll probably have something made up for you guys like a collector's. Thanks for being a part of the family collector's mug that you guys can have and take home just for the hell of it. Not that it'll mean anything, but just for memories. The spy is ripping. Let's check it out. We got about 2 minutes anyways before we gotta take a look at our numbers here. I don't know about ripping, but it's definitely moving upwards. It definitely hit the top of the Bollinger Band there, so we're probably going to see a return to simple moving average, which is definitely on an incline. Oh, still need tickets for Batman. Gotcha. Did you contact me? 2233 is a 35% drop. 2233 is a 35% drop from our last previous high of 3433. 40% would be 2060. So there are occasions. My original thesis when I did this all up was 20, 35, and 60 were the turnaround points, but there was enough evidence to suggest that 40% and 35% were almost interchangeable. Like there's sometimes it would go up to like 40 something, 41. So I just kind of I, I said to make it real easy on myself to remember, I just said 20, 40, 60. But 35% is the real turnaround point. More often than not, it's 35, but every once in a while it does go as high as 40. So I include that 40 turnaround point in here just as a reference point. Good morning, Brazil. John says, with this world inflation and Fed rates hike, no QE, the market is doomed. 45% down at least. I mean, I have no idea how far it's going to go, John. But if you take a look at on balance volume on some of the ETFs that are out there, I would agree that it's got to drop quite a bit. It does have to drop quite a bit. I know 50% sounds rough, and I'm not even going to disagree with the number because I actually do think that it's going to be quite a bit, maybe even more than 50. You said 45. I think it goes as far as 60. It just depends on how fast it, you know, what recovers every market crash, um, historically, better than anything, war. So it just depends on how soon the war comes after. Hey, old hippie. I appreciate the compliment and welcome to the family. It sounds like you've been here for a while, but thank you for coming off the bleachers. I love seeing people participate. You're going down in the history books. You're going down in the history books by just commenting. People will see your comment in the future. They may go back and rewatch these videos and see what it is you had to say. Thanks for being a part of it. Thanks for being a part of making history. What's your opinion on the Fed's publication about funneling trillions to the banks in the last few years? Can you provide a link for that, Red Dog? I'll give you moderator status long enough to provide a link to the report that you're talking about. I haven't read it. But I don't. I guess my opinion is it's probably true. I don't doubt that for 1 minute. And nobody wants to see this market crash on their watch. Nobody. Nobody wants to see a market crash on their watch. And so everybody keeps kicking the can down the hill. And somebody's going to have to accept responsibility at some point because and they're going to point fingers at everything they possibly can besides themselves. And it wasn't them specifically. It was our entire system that was set up and continuing to kick that can down that road um, until we have this systemic problem that we have currently. So, what do I think about it? I think that's just status quo. I think that's what they just normally do, and they're just continuing to do it because they don't want to deal with it. Nobody wants to deal with a crashing economy. No, Brian, I'm going to do it right now. We're going to do it right now. All right, don't worry about it. I'll look it up, Red Dog. I'll take a look at it later. Let me refresh Fidelity and we'll take a look at the first numbers for the day this morning. It is time. Let me get my two-factor authentication going here, guys. If you haven't done two-factor authentication, it might be a good idea, something to consider. You don't have to do it. It does take you a little bit longer to log in, but it also adds in an extra layer of protection between you and whoever else may want to get into your account that may be worth a lot of money. It might be worth the time to have a heartache avoided. All right, I am logged into my Fidelity account. Let's go over and take a look at some of these numbers for the day today. What do we have so far? Price prediction tallies. This is all for fun and games. I won last week, but shamefully, in fact, I think we all need to hang our head low. The miss column really won the week last week. Out of 4 people, there were 3 days that none of us could get the price nailed down. It was a tough week. It was a really tough week to try and nail down. I did, out of the people who were guessing, I did win with by 1 point. I don't take any honor in that whatsoever. That's like winning the biggest loser trophy, the biggest winner of the losers trophy, and I don't want that. I don't want second place. I want first. So I don't really count myself. I think Mist is the grand champion for the week last week. Price predictions for the day today. I'm not happy about it. I have 22.5 to 25.5. Eric has 22.8 to 25.8. Keto has 24.13 to 27.13, and Monty has 21.29 to 24.29. I hate losing, guys. I hate losing. I graciously lose, but I hate losing. I really do. I'm a winner. It makes me think of that loser song by Beck. You don't know how many times I've wanted to play that song, because in my mind, being one of the misfits in life, um, that song just resonates with me. But I felt like every time that if I played it on this channel, that everybody would think that I was calling us a bunch of losers. So I haven't played it, but I actually I love it when people call me a loser. Call me a loser. Call me a loser more. It's just going to make me that much more determined to win. Short exempt volume based off of True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators was down to 153.8 on Friday. We have utilization at 100%. I'm going to have to go back and verify the days traded because I feel like I've got written down here 39 straight days of 100% utilization. That's high. It's a lot of days in a row. 39 straight days of utilization being 100%. Day over day price increase, we had a decrease of 5.44% on Friday. Let's take a look at the off exchange right here next to my head. In the off exchange, normally around this time in the morning, I would expect to see 43 to 44% in the off exchange and about 10 to 11% on the EDGX. Let's see where we're at right now. Whoa, that's really high. 49% in the off exchange already. That is very, very high. 12% is high for the EDGX. So definitely a lot of price discovery being hidden through the dark pools. Taking a look at Ortex. Let's give that bad boy a refresh. So far borrowed for the morning, according to Ortex, we've had 923,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.79%. Cost to borrow is at 2.84, which is a little bit higher than normal. We'll take a deeper dive. I can't talk this morning. We'll take a little bit better look here at Ortex data in just a few minutes. But moving to the top right-hand side of the page, you'll see institutional share ownership. Earlier this morning when I refreshed, there was no change. It was 187.5 million shares owned by institutions. Let's see what it's at now. Still 187.519. So no changes to that. We will probably see some more 13Fs rolling in. I would assume maybe in the next week or so. Max paying for the day today is $22. Starting the week out at 22. Last week it was 18 when we started out. Definitely starting out at a much higher price. And let's give those options a refresh and see where our highest amount of volume is for the options. Highest amount of volume currently. Oh, wow. Way up there. Okay, I'm not showing it to you on the page here, but there's a lot of volume at $30. The runner-up is 25, so there's 4 point. No, I'm sorry, I misread that. The highest amount is at a $25 strike price. I read that totally wrong. Yeah, okay. Highest amount of volume currently at a $25 strike price. That's the same strike price that we ended on last week. with the most amount of call volume. We have 4.7 thousand contracts. That's pretty average. I mean, it's a little higher than I would expect, but it's not terribly high. Highest amount of volume on the puts is at a $20 strike price. Last week we ended with a $23 strike price. 22 point, or sorry, there's currently 22.3 thousand contracts at a $20 strike price, giving us a middle ground of about $22.50. So that kind of puts us at like a, it does definitely put us down, closing a little bit lower than where we were at from last. Oh, wait, yeah, we closed at 23.30. So it's a little bit further down. But that's what it's just signaling for right now. We are running about 22.40 right now. We just actually touched right down on that 35% mark. I'm going to pull up a few other screens here and show you guys a more in-depth look at Ortex. There's our utilization with 39 straight days of 100% utilization. Our on-loan amount did increase day over day. It went from 135.1 to 136.8. And that's going to have an impact on the estimated short share interest of the free float rising as well. More short interest. Then our on-loan average age per day is dropping still yet some more. When this does reach a bottom, we'll start a 15-day counter. Just don't know when that's going to happen. We should be getting failure to delivers, should have been reported. Yep. So failure to delivers are starting to kind of pick up here a little bit. If I zoom out, you can see that they're definitely starting to pile on. I think the failure to delivers for this next 15 days that gets reported is going to be kind of impressive when we see what those look like for the run-up. Security lending volume also increasing during this period of time that we've been rising up in price. That's also good. I doubt we're on any threshold list. Yep, no threshold list yet. This data is looking good to me, guys. I really like it. I know you guys don't like seeing the red candlesticks going down, but I think we're doing good. Orders by Fidelity customers. Twitter's definitely number one. Let's see here. GME is coming in fifth with 62% buys to 38% sales, and AMC coming in seventh with 47% buys to 53% sales. So our buy to sell order ratio, not so hot. And that's going to impact us. It's definitely going to impact us. SSR trips at 2097. Shares borrowed in the last hour. I do not see any changes out of there. Let's see. Out of the ETFs, it looks like just returned. So no new shares borrowed this morning since earlier. We had a total of 3.65 million shares borrowed for the day. That should last them majority of the day today. So if they did start borrowing, I wouldn't expect to see it happen until the later portion of the day today. And 1.5 is the borrow fee. 18.3 thousand contracts are in the money for the calls. 131 are out of the money. This has jumped since this morning. There was only I think it was 700,000, or maybe it was 70,000 or 80,000 shares that were out of the money on the calls, and it's almost doubled. It's almost doubled already. Out of the money puts, there's currently 66.3 thousand contracts. The Nasdaq is up 1.08, Dow Jones down 0.16, and the S&P 500 up 0.27. The market is very slightly advancing over declining, with 3,877 advancers to 3,707 decliners. The VIX is down 0.05, IWM is down 0.56, Tesla is up 1.07, Amazon is up 1.71, Cinemark is down 1.05, Doge is up 2.4. Bitcoin is down 0.52. GameStop is down 4.22. Our gold mine is down 8.18. Is one of the numbers that I saw show up there. It's all over the place. Hood is up 1.7 and AMC is down 4.38. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we currently have more inflow by about $1 million. So far, we've traded about 11.3 million shares. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. We're on pace for about 97.9 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 40 and 60 million. That's actually looking like a very good prediction at this point. On the weekly, selling pressure on the rise. Look at that, guys. Somebody's not holding. Don't know who, but somebody's not holding. That does not look like what we saw back last January. It had an imminent crossover coming and somebody decided not to hold. So more selling pressure than buying pressure on the weekly with an RSI of 47.41. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.11. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover already occurring within the last hour, and RSI at 31.1. So we're definitely oversold. We're getting to that oversold point on the hourly interval. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.14. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure. Hold on a second. Yeah, slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.51. Let's take a look at our Ichimoto. See where we're at on that. On a 1-hour interval with the Ichimoto, prices, you can see the conversion line is well below the baseline. Lagging line is really low down here, below the price line. Price is at 2204. The cloud is way above us. It's got the futures for the cloud are they're thinning out, which is good because they're not as thick as they were back here, those are typically the crossing points. Wherever it thins out are crossing points, typically, not always. But we didn't get the buy pressure here to cross through. There was no buy pressure to cross through. So on the 1 hour, we're still kind of like in a downwards trend. Let's take a look at the 4 hour. On the 4 hour, we're still above the cloud. We are a thinner point. We might cross through here. If we do cross through, it would be just around $20. So the question are we going to get some support inside the cloud? Find a level of resistance in there, and then bounce back up through without actually breaking through the cloud. The lagging line is just about ready to touch the price line, and the conversion line did cross over as of Thursday last week. So unless we get some buying pressure to come in on this, we could see some more lows. We just don't have a whole lot of buying pressure right now. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I can say this, Björk. There was definitely selling within retail last week. So, if some of it was more than likely day traders / swing traders, um, hopefully that's what it was. Because if it was, then they're collecting more shares. If they're apes, if they're not apes, then they didn't really help us at all. But I will say this: You know, if people are scalping profits off of AMC by trying to swing trade it, they're throwing sand in our gas tank. So if you see anybody who's telling you out there in the community, in the ape community, that you should swing trade this and scalp your profits, that person is not. That person is basically telling you that you should scalp profits now before everybody else. It's basically like saying, I'm gonna take mine when I can get it, and I don't care about the rest of you. That's what that's saying. So if you see anybody in the community saying that, point them out. Point them out and shun them like they should be, because for them to sit there and call themselves an ape and to say that they're for this community and what it is that we stand for is completely false. But if they're just simply trying to accumulate more shares, then that's a different story. Hey, you're welcome, Healthy. KL, how's it going? I mean, I'm just saying, guys, if there's legit people out there that are telling you that you should scalp off of this on the front side, you know, those are not the people that you should support. Because in all honesty, like if you're an ape and you believe in diamond handing this to try and create a squeeze, then those are the kind of people that you should stop watching and not listen to, because those are the people you're promoting that person when you watch them. And unfortunately, you know, the more people who listen to those kind of people, the less chance that we have at getting something like this to work. And that's not true, Dr. Drake. I don't believe that to be the case. If they're scalping, that I don't believe that to be the case. But if they're simply trying to gain a bigger advantage or move and accumulating more shares, then I would agree. But scalping is not helping to move price up. That's for sure. Ginseng. What is that? I gotta look that up. I think you meant. Oh, it is. You meant ginseng. You meant ginseng. I'm sure you had to have meant ginseng. I've never had ginseng in my coffee before. So we're hovering right around that 35%, guys. That's a very typical turnaround point. If it if they're finding shares to be sold here, then they'll continue to try and drive this price down. If they're not, then they'll let it release. They'll drive it back up again and just repeat and rinse and repeat of the same process that we saw back here. Getting rid of the Bollinger Bands, you'll see, you know, they brought price down, hit it, let price rise back up, bring it back down, hit it, uh, maybe bring it back up a second or third time, and try and hit it once more before actually letting it run. So it's all an attempt to try and get people to sell shares. Crash and stick, crash and stick. Let's see what we got going on in the news here. Uh, Seeking Alpha is reporting on what Adam Aaron had discussed about looking for more distressed deals after the gold mine investment. Adam Aaron did say that they were looking into other companies as well. Let's see here. Seeking Alpha has an article that says AMC tops communications week gainers again as it looks to branch out. Did you guys? I don't know if you guys are Walking Dead. I don't know if any of you guys watch The Walking Dead. My wife and I have been religiously watching for quite a while now, and I thought this was supposed to be the last season. I thought it was supposed to be the last season, and uh, it doesn't feel like they're wrapping it up. If they are wrapping up this season, then I have no idea how they're going to wrap this thing up in enough time because it doesn't seem like there's enough episodes left to really wrap it up properly. Casey for president of Debate Club. Heard beard scratch ASMR. Can you guys hear that? When I scratch the beard? I can't. That's kind of weird. Let me see my microphone levels. It slightly shows up, but not that much. It's probably more when I scratch the microphone by accident, like when I'm drinking. So I'm gonna take you guys over to place your tile. Hopefully this doesn't crash my internet. I wonder if my spot is still my spot. I see AMC. Did we get moved? I feel like we got moved. No, we're still in the same spot. It just looks a lot different. We were taking up like a whole square, and then now we're just a circle. Let me show it to you guys. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, I'm not sure exactly how it all started, but Trey was trying to get people to um, be a part of this um, and filling this in. So like I can come in here and I can pick a block and then I can color the block and then I think we're just trying to keep our name in here. People are filling in all around us. We had a much bigger square before, but I can pick like this block right here, call it red, and then submit. And now I've done my part in helping to make the AMC logo. Oops, dang it! I just totally zoomed out. Helping to do our part on making the AMC logo look the way it's supposed to on this absolute monstrosity of a of a page here. I don't understand the whole reasoning behind this. Um, like I guess maybe just to show that we're a thing, that we're still holding. Um, but yeah, I've done my part a couple times this weekend. Arjun says, I gave up after season 6. Rub the magic mic against your beard. Gross. No, Massalorian didn't show up last night. I don't know what was going on. Maybe he had something going on. James is saying, good morning, everyone. I keep having to search you up, maybe shadow banned. I wonder how you can look that up. Wait a minute. All y'all are saying the same thing about rubbing my. That's so weird. You guys are weird. Rub your beard on your mic. It sounds good. you guys, you guys got this like beard fetish. Soul time. Yeah, Casey thought he had followers, but they were really just there to hear his beard scratching the microphone. They didn't even care about AMC. Oh man, did you guys? Oh, I gotta play this. I gotta play this. Mediocre Investor was on Froggy with was on Froggy. He was on the Froggy Styles show with me. We had a round table of the three of us talking, and it was going really well until his microphone cut out. And then he came back, but he couldn't get his microphone working, and then Froggy was closing it out, and and he was still there with us, but he couldn't. He just couldn't talk, and so I said, "Oh, don't worry, I'll fill in for him. I'll do his closeout for him. I'll just translate everything that they say." And so I got to play this for you guys because I thought this was hysterical. I couldn't stop laughing. Um, this is just me and my dumb humor. Let me pull this up here. I don't know why I find this is the equivalent of booping the microphone. This is what would happen if you gave me a microphone on a boomstick. If you give me control like that, no, nay, nay, you don't do that. Don't give me control. I just thought this was hilarious.
Mediocre Trader's mic's not working, so I'm going to close it out for him. Yeah, he's trying to yell at me. I can't hear him at all. It's probably a good thing. But
Wait,
yeah.
I'll fill in for him. Go ahead, say what you got to say, Mediocre. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you for having me on.
It sounds so manly.
I hate you. Stop laughing at me, you guys.
Yeah, I want to thank Mediocre Trader.
Froggy had to cut me off. He knew it was going nowhere good. He had to cut me off, and he knew that was going to go south, and he cut it off right at the right time. Froggy has he knows comedy well enough to know when to call it quits. Me, I would have taken it the extra mile. I would have gone. I would have gone like on Family Guy. I would have just taken it way too far. But Froggy knows comedy, and he shut me down, and it was funny. I laughed so hard after that. I mean, I don't think I'll. That was a genuine COVID laugh right there that you guys heard out of me. I couldn't get enough of that. That was some good stuff. Old hippie says your voice had me in stitches. I mean, I was laughing. Like I was laughing so hard I couldn't. It would have been better if I could have kept a straight face, but I couldn't. I couldn't do it. It was funny. If only I'd had a microphone on a boomstick, that would it would have just been that much funnier. Hoback says, sorry, just joining, can't stay long. On the SPF tracker, I think the 2641 low is invalid, and now we're looking for a new low, right? That the old low. Let me rephrase that. The low that you should have had was 2234. So 34.33 was the last high that we had, and we were tracking for new lows. When we hit 22.34, we never went up 15% and broke past 15%, which means that if we don't do that, you're going to be tracking still more lower lows, which is what we're at right now, which is at 21.95. So if I put that in, 21.95 is a new low now. So we're at 36.1% down from 34.33. So that's how you're going to be tracking SPF. You really have to have a strong break upwards beyond 15%, 15%, especially with a 35% decrease in price. Like it should be even higher than that. It should be like more than 18 or maybe even higher than a 20% increase in price. So and if you don't see a big push through, then we're finding new lows. They're still searching. They're still on the hunt for the red October of shares. And don't feel sorry, Hoback. It's okay. I want to be very clear and precise when I'm talking about tracking synthetic price failures. And if it's not making sense to you or you need help tracking that for your own documentation, then I want to do that. So we can't, because I know where you're saying there. You said 2641, and the problem with that is that when you start to reset, let me see. You probably I'm looking to see where you got 2641 from. That would have been okay. So we had a higher high than 2641. So you're tracking from. Actually, I have no idea where you're getting 2641 from, unless. What was my tracking point? It was 34.33. Yeah, I don't see where you're tracking from 2641 at, because you should be tracking from this high of, what's the high I have written down? 34.33. So I'm gonna have to zoom out to like a 5 minute here to. This is really your tracking point right here. This 34.33 is your tracking point. We had a synthetic price failure at I think pretty sure we had a synthetic price failure drop right here, and so it never broke through, and it continues to find new lows, lower and lower, and it never actually drives up that amount of that percentage amount that it needs to drive up in order for us to be finding new highs. So as long as we keep finding new lows, you have to keep recording those new lows and adjust that 15% mark. Whatever that new low is, your 15% mark is adjusted based on the new low. So for example, like right now, we're at 21.95. I've got to readjust my new low because my new high, I'm sorry, rather, because we have a new low set in, right? So 21.95, plug that in, 21.95 times, I'm gonna actually do 18% because we've gone down so much at 35%. And then I'm gonna add that to the 21.95. Oh, come on, Casey. 21.95 times 0.18 plus the 21.95 is 25.90. So we need to break past 25.90. It should have gone lower, but I'm actually adding a couple percent in here because we've gone past 35%. So we're going to track 25.90 now. The lower you go down, the higher you should go up. The bounces should be very noticeable. So hopefully, because I see that you're tracking 2641. So somewhere at some point in time, we hit 2641. You start tracking that as like a high off of a low, and so but you can't track that because it just didn't go up enough. So now what's happening is since we've tripped that 35% line, they're going to try and stick it here. They're going to try and stick price at 35% down and see if they can't get this to hold. And if they can get it to hold, then throughout the day or maybe even leading into the later portion of the day, if they can get this to hold, then they'll start to work us down even further. And we may have that hit that 40% mark by tomorrow. Oh, Habib, you're starting to sound like Chan Chan. If they get us down to prices that are super super low, Habib, I'm going to be selling things in my house to buy more shares because that gives me an opportunity to average down. I believe in this company. I believe in the stock, and I really think that it's going to move up. So if they continue to move us down, I'm just going to buy more. And they can, if you want to call it a Ponzi scheme, then go ahead and call it a Ponzi scheme. But I don't think that's what it is. I think there's plenty of evidence that it's not. It's time for me to take a break. It's past time. I think I'm going to take it at 11 instead today, guys, or 11:20. I keep doing this. I keep going late. Yeah, I took some shares out of circulation last week too, Hayden. Luckily for me, we were able to be fortunate enough to be able to buy some more shares last week and increase my position. And we're actually lower than what I bought those for, and I'm not even pissed about it. Like I'm okay with it. I'm happy that I have more shares, period. Because I was sweating thinking that there was a chance that I might not be able to get some more shares. So even if we drop down to like $7, like Habib's saying, I'll just buy more shares. That'll make me happy. That'll make me really happy. I can get my cost to average ratio way low, super super low. So sure, bring it on. I got some guitars and a exercise bike to sell because I obviously don't use it. What's the vortex indicator say for what time frame, Brian? Oh man, you guys are saying a lot of stuff. Let me read real quick. Oh, come on, Remtac. Come on now. You've seen a bounce before. I don't know. I mean, it seems like maybe Chan Chan might have changed his account name and learned some better English. Richard says you're slowly becoming a YouTuber. I don't know. It's the slow. It's the most slowest slow you could possibly imagine. I don't know what it is I'm possibly doing that's setting me aside or setting me apart of the rest, or causing me to become more like a YouTuber. I hope not. I mean, I really don't want to be called that. I really don't want. I just don't want to be a YouTuber. It's not my desire in life. Sir Poker says I was going to buy some home gym equipment today, but I decided to buy more AMC. That's all right, Ramtack. But I'm going to show you though. You're sitting there. You're like, what does a bounce even look like? You know what a bounce looks like. You see it. That is a definite bounce right there. Why, and this is what I love about this the most is we were down to $12.90, right? And we shot all the way up to what was it? What do we got here? The high on this was 34.33. Okay, we went from 12.90 to 34.33 in just about 2.5 weeks ish, right? And everybody keeps saying like, well, what if they just keep shorting this down to like $7, like Habib's saying? Are you kidding me? Like you can see what happens when they get down to 1290. Look what happens when they get this thing down to 1290. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. They, I mean, if they want to try to get it under $10, be my guest. Be my guest, waste their money because it's going to cost them to get it down that low. And when they do get it down that low, you're going to see something like this happen again. Hedgie's good a vapor. Derek says home gyms are great to hang clothes on. Man, there's a lot of truth to that. Yeah, it does suck seeing it, Bjork. I get it. Like it does suck seeing it go from 12 something up to 34 or something and then back down to 22 in a very short period of time. But, that's the name of the game. How do they get people who, here's what's going on, right? Like you have there had to be some um in this launch right here, there had to be some FOMO buying. In fact, some of it was probably right in here. Hell, there might even been some of it right in here where a lot of people were buying in similarly in June, right? How do you get those people out? How do you get these people out? All these FOMO buyers who came in here and started buying AMC. You got to do something. They don't like that. They don't want more investors. They want less investors. Well, you got to have a knee-jerk reaction to it. So it definitely will come down after a big run like this. And these price swings are just, I mean, just go ahead and chalk them up to being normal because they are. They're very, very normal. This is extremely common. If I pull up my tracker, let's put it on this side. If I pull up my tracker on here and we take a look at this, 36%. We got a 33 right here, a 34, a 45, a 35, a 40, a 39, a 36. These are very, very common. Very common. 30%, 37.5. The further back in time that you go, the less common it is. 34, 36, 31. Those are all synthetic price failures that we've experienced since 13th of May, and I've recorded every single one of them and the percentages. We're starting to move into the bigger ranges though. If you see in the coloration, look how light the red bars on this. Do you see the how light these are, and then these are a little bit darker? That means that our 34 and 30, 35% ranges, those are starting to become more commonplace. That's why they're darker in color. So we're starting to move into this phase now to where 35% swings in price are more common. That's very typically what happens at the very end, right? Let me show you. This is GME's run, starting from January 8th, leading up to the squeeze. Light, 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 dark, 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 really, really dark. It gets darker. As you get further along in the process of a squeeze, it gets darker and darker, which you could almost relate that to your psyche. They're causing more pain towards the end because they really need to get you out. Nah, man, Remtac, don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. We need to talk. Yeah, and that's why I'm partially here for that. I'm here to help you understand there's a difference between how you're feeling and what you're seeing in numbers, right? And if I can't help you with seeing the difference between what you're feeling and what you're seeing in numbers, then I don't have anything to offer for you. I just don't. I'm just here just to record history. That's it. So if it helps you, great. If it doesn't help you and you still want to be a part of the play, walk away from it, man. Staring at these numbers on a daily basis over and over and over is not going to do you any good. You have to be right in the head. And if you're not right in the head and you haven't um, built up that immunity to the psychological attacks of price, then you're going to have to find that inner peace. You're going to have to find it, or or accept the consequences of not finding it. One of the two. Those are your choices. But I'm here. I'm here to show you numbers and record history. I hope it helps. All right, Gary. Dude, I wish I could be, you know, it would be fun. I would love to get on my exercise bike and do the show from the exercise bike, only I wouldn't be able to talk. Wouldn't that be funny if I did that one day though? What if I did the show one day on the exercise bike, talking to you guys? What would you think of that? How would you guys, I mean, I'm not going to show you like my lower half and show you like I'm here. Just see me going like this. Okay, guys, here's what's going on. And then I'd reach for the mouse and I'd be like trying to move the mouse around. The mouse is going to be going like this and stuff as I'm trying to bike. Trying to, should we have one of those days? Maybe it would be fun to do one of those days where we can just sit there and just have like a fun day. I don't know. I don't know if I can spend 9 hours. I might have a heart attack spending 9 hours on the bike. I need to get better though. My health. Just so you guys know, for those of you who are in here, if there are people that you don't choose to listen to, you can mute them. I have a free speech um, attitude in here, and I allow people to say whatever it is that they want to say. If you don't want to see what it is that they have to say, you can click on their name and you can mute them. It is your choice. You don't have to listen. Um, I'm going to continue to let people say what it is that they want to say because I want to hear everybody, good and the bad, good, bad, and the ugly. I want it. Tulip says yes. So that's rule number one is only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future, meaning exactly what Tulip is saying there. Don't just go throwing out cash, whenever you possibly can on AMC. If it's something that you can afford and you're not going to miss it, and you feel like it's a good savings investment for you to put in there for a long period of time, because you don't know how long it's going to be, then use that kind of money. But if you go beyond that rule, if you break that rule and you start buying with money that you need soon, then you're going to have psychologically, you're going to have anxiety. You're going to have built up anxiety about what it is that you're invested in because you're going to feel the need to get the money back sooner. And that's the key goal here is to not feel that way. You don't want to have those kind of, you don't want to have that anxiety building up within you. It's not good. It's not good. Headstock says too much heavy breathing. There would definitely be a lot of heavy breathing for sure. I could go easy though. I feel like maybe I could just kind of go easy and just I don't have to like I don't have to go 90%. I could probably go 60% and just kind of moderately pedal and not maybe breathing too hard. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Francis says, yeah, that would be fun. Francis just cares about my health. Get a bike with a motor. Good morning, Nikki. Good to see you. Yes, Salit, absolutely. Sticking with the plan is part of that's everything, right? Like I give this speech every once in a while, like when it's the grass is greener on the other side. Um, but it's a little bit different for people who surf. When you get to the beach, you stand out on the shoreline and you look for the breaks where the good breaks are, and you pick your spot from the shoreline, and then you go into the water and you pick you go to that spot that you had picked out, right? And you sit there and you wait for your set to roll in, and 99% of the time you look up and down the coast as you're sitting out there in the water waiting for your break, and you see bigger waves in other places than where you're at. Even though you stood out in the water and you saw where the biggest waves were going to be, you did all your research and you know where to go. You get in that water, you're sitting in the water, and you look both up and down the beach and you go, oh, there's a better spot over there. And so you swim over there, and by the time you get down there, the waves are small, and where you just came from has the biggest waves you've ever seen. And you're like, dang it. And so you swim back to where you were at, and now the waves are bigger everywhere else except for where you're at. It's the same as the grass is greener on the other side. You did your DD, you made your position. The rest is yours to own. That's right, Nikki. Logic only. Oh, I don't want to do YouTube, Bert. I just don't. I don't want to do YouTube. I just don't want to do YouTube. I mean, I love you guys. I really love you, but I just, that's not my thing, man. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm sorry if you came here looking for somebody who's going to talk to you for the rest of their life about uh, stocks or exercising or cooking or anything like that. You found the wrong person. I'm sorry. I'm just not the guy for you. It may seem like I am, but I'm not. I'm not that kind of person. Caitlin, I'm not actually sure on that. I'm gonna have to do some more research. Actually, um, I was given a page to look at, and I haven't had a chance to read through it yet. But I think they do start with lower time frame halts. There's like different levels, level one, level two halts, and they do increase in time. Gary says San Diego surfer. Casey knows the waves. Gary, wait, are you saying you're a San Diego surfer? Because that's where I grew up. That's where I learned. I can't tell you how. I just can't tell you how many times I learned that growing up as a kid. You get in that water and you look up and down that beach, and the moment you start paddling to that other spot, you just know it in your head. You're like, this isn't going to work out. You just know it. You just know instantly. You're like, this is stupid. I don't know why I'm doing this, but they look so much better over there. Oh, you're in South Beach? All right. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The thing is, and the great thing is too, is when you've picked your spot, usually that spot's there all the time, depending upon what the waves are like. But you know exactly where to go. You just keep coming back to the same spot because you know it's going to be the same every time. And remember, guys, I don't want you to get all excited. Remember, this is logic and not emotional. Once they get down to this 35% mark here, which they've already done once before, on Friday, they got down to the 35% mark and let it rise up. You'll probably see that happen again. They'll let this rise back up again, and then they're going to drop it. They're going to try and drop it back down and hit the 35. They're fishing. They're fishing for your shares. They want to see you sell. The only way they can get new investors into the stock who potentially bought in last week is to do this over and over and over and just keep them bored and make them want to sell out of their position as soon as possible. That's right. Just float and wait. You know what? And Gary, there were times where I would go out there and I would float and I would just sit there. I don't know, probably like I could sit there for an hour to an hour and a half and do nothing. Just sit there and just enjoy it. It was peaceful. Caitlin says, Casey, compare BlackRock BLK to AMC's chart today. All right, let's check it out. I want to do this one. I really hate this thing here. Let's get rid of some of the noise. That is very interesting, Caitlin. That is very interesting. How long ago did you start comparing these? The closer to exact opposite we get, the more we own the algo. I bet that green candle start of the day is about same size as AMC's negative red candle. Let's see. Actually, let's look at something else real quick here. Yeah, but their free float's only 150 million and they don't trade very high. Oh, this is actually a great one. Hold on a second here. I want to prove a point. Hold on one second. I just want to make sure I'm going to prove my point right before I show it. 50.3. Oh yeah, I knew it. I knew it had to be the case. I didn't even look at it first, but I was right. So check this out. I think this is really interesting. So let me get rid of this information real quick here. So check this out. I tell you guys all the time, if you want to know how heavily shorted a stock is, because based off of synthetics that are involved in the whole process of shorting a stock down, then what you do is you take your average 3-month volume divided by the free float of the company, and it gives you a percentage, right? And in this case, if I multiply it by 100, that's the actual percentage, which is 0.57. 0.57% of their total daily volume is traded on a 3-month average. 0.5% of their free float is traded per day. This stock, BLK, it's like, I don't know, this might be one of the, I haven't checked Berkshire A, but this might be one of the lowest ones that I've ever seen. Meaning nobody is shorting this. Nobody is shorting BlackRock. That's pretty impressive. 0.5% of their total float traded. And so, some people would say, well, yeah, that's because their price is so high. No, it's really not. It has nothing to do with price. Nothing at all to do with price. Because even Amazon has a higher percentage than this, and their price is at 3,300. It has nothing to do with price whatsoever. Hackshire Berthaway. That's right. Sorry, Brian. Did I say it backwards or did I say it correct? I forget. Berkshire Hathaway. I meant to say Hackshire Berthaway. I gotta Hackshire that. I don't know. It just sounds better. Hackshire Berthaway. So yeah, that's a very interesting point. I don't think I've ever looked this up before, Caitlin. Um, God bless you for the snot. Thanks. You're welcome, Remtac. God bless. God bless you for the snot as well. Snot away. I'm sad. I'm sad. I don't have any coffee left. That was not enough coffee. It's weird because this mug is smaller. It makes me feel like there's less coffee in it, even though it was the same amount. That is very, very interesting stuff right there, Caitlin. I don't know if I would agree with this on a daily though, because I mean, if you look at the daily, BlackRock is rising daily during the same time that we were rising in price as well. Um, in fact, they had a nice skip up in price as well, exactly when we had one of our biggest skip ups in price on the 28th. And they had a rundown as well. But what happened in May and June? They had a little George W here in the middle of May. And I'm not really seeing any kind of, yeah, I wouldn't use BlackRock as a great indicator to see like futures. It just so happens that we're running opposite today. I'm reading what you guys are saying. Oh, I haven't seen myself over here. Myself, it's good to see you back, or not back, but it's good to see you over here. I don't get any, unfortunately, cookies, although I was wondering if maybe you could do me a favor and extend the offer, but maybe in half, or maybe double or nothing. Can I get double or nothing on the cookies? Cookies and milk? Just curious. Yeah, the 782 was not us, unfortunately. Brian says no coffee, switch to beer. Boy, that'll really help out the gut. Let me tell you. Jacob, thank you. I will drink more water. All right, sounds good myself. No double or nothing until 782. Sounds good. I'll have to just take what I can get. It's past time, guys, so I'm gonna run through the numbers. Let's take a look at it. Every hour on the hour. We usually take a look at the numbers, and I kind of let it run past here a little bit, talking about that last topic. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page. So we're just going to start right here next to me with the off exchange and take a look at that data. Currently in the off exchange, an hour ago it was 49.62 and 12.08. Let's see what we're at now. Normally, right about now, I would expect to see. Shoot. I didn't take my break. I didn't take my break on time. I would expect to see around 49% in off exchange and about 13% in EDGX. So let's see where we're at right now. 52 in off exchange and 12.23. So the EDGX is a little bit low, but off exchange is high. It's already over the 30-day average. Actually, they're both over the 30-day average. So price discovery definitely being hidden through the dark pools. Let's give an update to Ortex and see where we're at on that. As of an hour ago, there was 923,000 shares having been borrowed according to Ortex. It's now 587. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 20.76 just slightly. The cost to borrow is still sitting around 2.8. Let's take a look at the options. We did fall just below $22 for a fraction of a minute, so there might be a little bit of a change here in the options structure. Highest amount of volume for options at a $25 strike price for the calls. There was 4.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 11,000 contracts. On the puts, at a $20 strike price an hour ago, there was 2.3 thousand contracts. There's now 4.7. So almost a 3-to-1 ratio in volume in calls versus puts. Still signaling for like a 22.50 close for the day today is what the market's kind of signaling right now in the options. Move a couple screens over and I'll take you guys over and we'll look at Fidelity's orders by customers. Twitter is still leading the way at the top of there. AMC's currently in fifth with 54% buys to 46% sales, so we're definitely getting better than what we were because we had more sells than buys an hour ago. So that's moving up, which is good. I'm liking this. I'm liking where it's heading. That's good. It's improvement. GME is running in sixth place with 66% buys to 34% sales. They're doing very strong, looking good. Trigger price for SSR is 20.97 for the day-to-day. Shares having been borrowed, I don't expect to see shares being borrowed until later on in the day-to-day, simply because of the fact that the total amount that they've borrowed so far for the day was 3.65, which is kind of like it's starting to become the new normal. It used to be 4.5 million shares borrowed a day. It used to be the new norm. It's now down to three and a half or so, with 3.65 being the amount they've borrowed so far. 1.5% is still the fee. Oh, you know what? Actually, I just missed this. There's another 50K having been borrowed, both here and out of the ETFs. So another 100K, that's going to put us at 3.75 million shares borrowed. 19.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 130.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the put or on the calls. 67.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is up 1.4. Dow Jones is down 0.03. S&P 500 is up 0.43. The market is advancing over declining with 4,075 advancers to 3,546 decliners. The VIX is down 0.92. IWM is down 0.2. Tesla is up 4.09. Amazon is up 1.93. Cinemark is down 0.73. Doge is down 0.8. Bitcoin is down 1.55. GME is down 1.59. Our gold mine is down 5.56. Hood is up 1.15 and AMC is down 3.11. Our inflow versus outflow, there's currently a $1 million, actually it's less than $1 million, it's like $500,000 more in outflow than inflow. And we have traded 22.66 million shares so far for the day-to-day, getting close to the halfway point. Let me just try and figure out real quick here what we got going on. Pace-wise. We're on pace for about 53 million shares traded for the day today, which is extremely low. Almost making me, because I think we started out the day around 90. For it to have dropped all the way down to 53 million, I feel like I made like a clerical, I did make a clerical error. No, maybe I didn't. Hold on. 390 divided by 2 minus 30 plus 3. 168. Nope, that's the pace we're on. 52. We're just on a pace for about 53 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested earlier this morning that we would probably see somewhere between 40 and 60 million shares traded for today. I mean, our current pace is set up for that, but that doesn't usually hold throughout the day. So I'm kind of I feel like my math is, oh, I know it's wrong. Son of a gun. You guys are probably saying it, but I can't see it in the chat box. Give me a second. This really bothers me. Whenever I reboot my computer, it can't. It's 10. It's 10 a.m. my time, not. That's why my math is off. Oh, it's 109 minutes into the day. That's why. And I'm on time for taking my break. I'm not late. It's gonna be one of those days. 80. So I had to reboot my computer this weekend, guys, and for some reason it never wants to update the time. I've gone through IT people and all kinds of stuff to try and figure it out, and nothing works. I've tried everything. I've gone into system registry and deleted it and recreated it, and I've done absolutely everything, and nothing works to fix it for some reason. But anyways, we are on pace for 81.9 million shares traded for the day today. 40 to 60 is looking just about right now. I apologize for the confusion. I'm sure you're blowing me up going like, that's not the time. I know now. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.77. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.89. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.95. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, barely, with an RSI of 35.86. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.78. And I think I'm going to leave it just like this for when I go to break. I was like, man, something's not right with these numbers. Myself, I'm glad that I had a little bit of taste of you before before having you over on this channel, because I know the sarcasm is real with you and strong, and I'm just going to take it that way. What the heck? Wow. My stream deck froze. I can't even turn off. Uh-oh. What does that mean? Give me a second while I try to problem shoot this. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page for just a second so I can try and fix this. Oh, I can't. I can't even take you to the other. All right, here we go. Manual. Gotta go back to manual. So the problem, Eric, is that it's not pulling the time from whatever the normal thing is that you get the time from, the .gov, or I don't even know what it is, but oh, I see what it is. They want me to update. Oh no. All right, so gosh darn. Hey, it worked. That was slow. Oh, there we go. It's working now. I got to update the stream deck. Apparently, it's outdated. We'll try doing that tonight. See if we can't make it through the rest of the stream without it. And I'm going to take off to break. I will see you guys at 11 Central Standard Time. Duncan's saying some stuff here. Let's see. Goes into effect on the day and the day after they drop the price 10%. Usually. SSR is posted here. I've got it posted. It's just way down below. It's right here in the red dotted lines. I'll keep it on the page for you guys so you can see it. Um, that's what she said. So Rem's saying, yeah, sorry, I got it back up there, Brian. Remtac is saying, we have to have a hell of a meal through end bounce, unless we just knifed thrift all support and rejection points like going through butter. Is that why we were able to fall back to? So sorry. So I have a hard time reading that. Whew. No, I've updated my myself. You are strong. One with the force and sarcasm. Yeah, no, that is not the issue. I appreciate the help though. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Let's see here. Remtac, I think what you're trying to say is because we moved up so fast, is that the reason why we moved down so quickly? I don't. I mean, Trey did a video that I saw part of. I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw part of it, and he's talking about how they opened up the options at a higher strike price, and that had some that along with the uh, circuit breaker trip that occurred, all played a part in stopping the momentum. Um, I want to go back in time and relive, like, I don't know, maybe like late May. I really wish we could do that. I wish we could go back in time, and I wish I was doing this channel back in May, and just we could just like live through the day together. Um, but I feel like this is just a standard knee-jerk reaction to having price move up so quickly. They want to try to discourage as many people as possible from being a part of this price movement upwards. And so this is that knee-jerk reaction. So you're getting like that last little bit of push down right before the run up. Big push run up, knee-jerk reaction. And I know you guys have seen this other places too. I'm not the first person to have said this, but big run up, push down reaction, knee-jerk reaction to pushing price down, and then takes off. So I do feel like that is the case. I may end up being wrong, but that's what I think it is. It's kind of that knee-jerk reaction to price moving upwards so much. The discouragement of keeping people in the play to get elicit as many paper hands as possible before price does run up, before they are forced into buying shares at market price. You know what, Keto? I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you one bit. And I would say that you could, because of that information, because what you know and what you just stated, it gives you an opportunity to use those as golden ratios, right? If you wanted to compare normal stocks that are shorted to stocks that are not heavily shorted because nobody wants to touch them with a short position, they can be used as a golden ratio so that you understand what to look for in stocks that are heavily shorted. Hence the reason why I use average 3-month volume divided by free float. It tells you everything you need to know about volume and synthetics that are being traded on a stock. 100%. And then you can take that golden ratio and you can start comparing things. And you can say apples to apples instead of oranges to apples. You can turn an orange into an apple and say, okay, if this is what it's supposed to look like and this is what it is, then how many shares should I have in existence if that's the case? And you can kind of, if you do some averaging, pull a bunch of different stocks, like 10 different stocks or something like that, and you start looking for averages, you can start to come up with a really clear picture as to how many potential synthetic shares there are in existence. I know that's kind of tinfoil hattish, but it's a good way. It's a good indicator. It really is. All right, it's time for me to go to break, and it's starting to go green. So if I don't go to break now, we're not going to continue to see green. So when I go to break, it goes up. See you guys later. Alrighty, I'm back. Before I start checking the numbers here, I just want to look at possible outcomes. So it looks to me like we have a bullish wedge forming. You got 1, 2, 3 touch points that could break out on this next one. We'll leave out the tip. And this would probably, I don't know if this will be the breakout that gets us past 25.91. But we do need to see a really hefty break through 25.91. Just kind of keep that in mind. Dr. Zena says, is that a supreme taco with hot sauce and extra side of beans I see forming on the chart? Oh man, I like it. Mm, yeah, we'll check the vortex indicator here in just a minute. Let me just read through. All right, let me go ahead and just get into it. Fintel showing a short squeeze score of 99.4% and gamma squeeze score of 94% on AMC. Exploding kitten ears. I hope not, because they need to be inverted. Hopefully they're inverted exploding kittens. But I do see it though. All right, let's take a look at the numbers here, guys. I'm gonna update fidelity. Ugh, I got indigestion. I ate too fast. I should have taken more time. All right, taking you guys to the other page. Let's take a look at our numbers. On the off exchange right here next to me, 52.3% in the off exchange and 12.23 on the EDGX as of an hour ago. I'm going to assume that those numbers have probably not moved a whole lot since we have had price discovery. We got 53.51 in the off exchange and 12.07 in the EDGX. So not a whole lot of movement there. Moving on to Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 587,000 shares having been borrowed. It's down to 452. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.75, and the cost to borrow is at 2.81, just about where it was an hour ago. And looking at the options, highest amount of call volume at a $25 strike price. An hour ago, there was 11,000 contracts. There's now 16.2. And on the put side, highest amount of volume at a $20 strike price. There was 4.7 thousand contracts. There's now 4.5, or 5.4 rather. Sorry. So definitely a 3-to-1 ratio now. 3-to-1 ratio on volume, calls versus puts. Still signaling for 22.5 closing price for the day, although I can say this: the the $22 puts are actually starting to increase and almost beating out the 20s. And if that were the case, then it would be signaling for a $24 closing price. So we might see that happen, that flip over here in the next hour. Getting a little bit of consolidation, looks like forming before we get a push out. Push it real good. According to Fidelity, AMC currently in fifth still with 52% buys to 48% sales. GME in sixth with 65% buys to 35% sales. Not looking too bad for GME. AMC still having low buy to sell order ratios. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $20.97. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Oh, I did not catch these. Did I catch those? I didn't catch those. Yeah, I definitely didn't catch this. $300,000 shares, it looks like, borrowed in the last hour. No, hold on a second here. Hold on. I did capture some of this. Hold on. Let me refresh this. So 1048 would actually be 948. I didn't capture some of this. An hour ago, I think I only suggested there was 100,000 shares having been borrowed. It looks like it was more than that. Because I caught this 50 and I thought there was another 50 right here, but what I failed to catch was the 2.5 down to the 3.3. Or that's up. That's up. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. I finally got it figured out. No new shares borrowed. 21.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 127.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls. 69.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The NASDAQ is not refreshing. Uh-oh. And I'm not showing you guys the page either. Why is this not refreshing? Very, very strange. The refresh button is not working. Odd. All right, well, I'm going to assume this data is correct, but I don't think that it is. NASDAQ is up 1.56, Dow Jones is up 0.15, and the S&P 500 is up 0.53. Let me just verify this data real quick here and see if it's accurate or not. Okay, it is accurate data. All right. Well, again, for some reason the refresh button's not working, but it is showing accurate data here. We currently have 4,297 advancers to 3,337 decliners. The VIX is down 2.14, IWM is up 0.17, Tesla is up 4.09, Amazon is up 2.07, Cinemark is up 0.67, Doge is down 1.18, Bitcoin is down 1.49, GameStop is up 1.08, our gold mine is down 5.36, Hood is up 1.52, and AMC is down 0.09. We're almost back into the green again. Our inflow versus outflow currently is a $1.5 million spread. 30 million shares traded for the day today. We're on pace for about 74.5 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested at pre-market that we would trade somewhere between 40 and 60 million. So we're looking like we're on pace for that, even with this run up. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.97. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.44. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with several crossovers, well, at least one crossover here within the last hour, with RSI at 45.51, which is right down the middle. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.95. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.03. We have moved into the box for a potential breakout, what I feel would be a potential breakout point. So consolidation here, this would be the fourth attempt. 1, 2, 3. This would be the fourth attempt to break through a bullish wedge. You can see volatility pinching down as it's getting ready to blow. Volume's going to start to drive down. And with that, I can read what you guys are writing again. The new deluxe Shaw mug will offer optional alters for those who are religiously inclined. That's cool. Famotidine for stomach issues. Okay. Who looks at a 3-minute? Why in the world would you look at a 3-minute? I don't even understand that. Oh man, myself. The sarcasm. If I was smarter myself, if I was smarter, I'd be more witty and come back with some good comebacks. Unfortunately, you haven't found a witty guy to watch. Not yet, because apparently you're still moving around. Although I would be happy to solicit my wife or my mom for I can solicit my mom for some comebacks. Mom, what do I say? Honestly, I don't think my mom's ever been one of those comeback kind of people. I don't think I've ever heard her say like one-liners that just made you like drop the mic kind of things. Brian, Brian, I'm not a Wyckofian, right? Or Wyckofian. I feel like it's saying like Wycoffee, Wycoffee. I'm not one. So, if I had to guess, let me just look. I mean, I think father would probably be the um, more accurate person to be asking. But if I were to look at this and just kind of give you like an estimation, um, I mean, it looks more like distribution right now on like a larger time scale and like the hour. Like they've already accumulated. Although we are in a downtrend right now, so this is probably like a test of some sort. I'm not an expert on Wyckoff theory. Doug? Doug. We can absolutely take a look at it, man. That's not a problem. That's what I'm here for. I like to be able to provide you with information that helps you. Although if everybody starts yelling at you, and they better not start yelling at me, because if everybody wants to see the breakout and we miss it because we're looking at AEI, then it's on you, buddy. It's on you. You're gonna have to take the brunt of that one. So just looking at this from a daily, this is AEI. Now looking like what used to be running in the $29 range is now a penny stock. This looks like Shibu Inu in Pennywise. Um, but on a smaller scale, looking like Green Day's had the time of your life. Um, all over the place. 64 million, 6 million. Ooh, this is heavily shorted. 6.6 divided by 6408. Yeah, man, that's high. It's like 10.3% of the float traded per day. And you can see where the volume really started picking up back here. 10.3 is heavily, heavily shorted. So really what this comes down to is one of those let me pull it up on Ortex. Hmm. So I told you it's heavily shorted, but the total amount of short interest is not high. But the utilization is at 14.19. The cost to borrow is super, super high. So essentially what you have here is you have so there's a lot of synthetics. There's definitely a lot of synthetics that have been created to knock this price down to what it's been knocked down to. But some of the things I might be worried about is this on any kind of list for delisting? Um, those would be some of the things I'd be kind of worried about a little bit. Security lending volumes through the roof, so they're trying to keep that short interest really low on loan amount. Um, this is scary. One of the first things I probably should have done is had you look at institutional ownership, like who owns this thing. What's the lowdown on that, right? Like knowing who owns this is probably more important than anything. Before you even start looking at all this other data. And that should always probably be the first thing that you check is who owns this and why do I want to be a part of it. So let's look it up. Only 17.2% of it's owned by institutions. So it's not like scary. It's not a scary thing. In fact, that's only like very recent, like midway through last year. The institutions actually started stepping into this. And then, knowing who stepped in. Chanhang Phi Ambrose. I don't know who that is, but my goodness, they bought a lot. They own. Wait a minute, how is that possible? Something's not right here. According to this, 222. That's according to this filing right here, they own 35.5 million shares. But there's only like 60 million shares in existence, so the institutional ownership should be over 50%. So I don't know what that, something's weird going on there. Something very strange is going on there. Somebody owns a very large position and they don't show up as an institution for some reason or another. And I'm not sure why that is. Something's off. And I don't pay for the information anymore, so I can't find out what it is. See, it says right here, this company owns their ownership alone is 35.3%. So something's going on here. I don't know if they're an insider or what, but watch out. Watch out. Something weird. Wouldn't you know it? They're going to try and break this out going down on a bullish flag. That's crazy. Ah, man. I just want to see this thing like just bounce off this line so hard and just like shoot right out. Actually, I didn't drink any liquid when I was eating, Gary. Myself says the funny part is half the time I'm not trying to be funny. So you're just sarcastic in general. Got it. Did I? Doug is asking if I got the text. I'm not sure what the text is. I don't receive texts from people, so maybe you mean DM. I don't see a DM from you. Do you think hedgehogs watch YouTubers? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to give you specifics, Doug, on AI. It's your money, it's your choice. I can just give you data. BBIG? All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. The less I like a stock, the less time I'm going to spend on it. Just saying. Average volume on this 39.74 million. Free float's 88.76. So I mean, it's trading really high amounts of volume, massive amounts of volume. Ownership. Let's go straight to ownership. I need to just start doing that from now on. I'm just going to go straight there. Why is it not showing me? There we go. Institutional ownership shows 9.54%. Very low. Hudson Bay is one of the largest ones. Looks like Mercury Funding used to own shares and no longer does. It doesn't appear to be a whole lot of institutions involved in this whatsoever. Like, they don't see this as a good position at all. In regards to Ortex data, current short interest is at 15.83. Their cost to borrow is extremely high. Utilization extremely high. Utilization's probably been up since the 8th, like most of us. Actually, it was before then even. It's been up there for a while. I mean, there's a couple different factors that you have to think about when it comes to squeezing a stock. I can tell you right now that one of the reasons that Keith Gills or DFV picked GME over everybody else was the float was low. Not a whole lot of float to control. So if you were going to try and take control of a company's price or ownership of the float, then you want to do it with somebody who's got not much float there. So, if we come back over and we look at BBIG, and you look and you see that they've got 88. Actually, it's really low. Oh, shares out. So there's a big difference between their shares out and free float. So they've got a lot of shares still out there that so there must be some insiders that own shares. So this is why is that so low then? Hold on one second. Let me look at something real quick. Yeah, this part doesn't make sense to me. So their estimated short share interest of the free float's only at 15.83, but if you look at the exchange reported short interest, it took like a big dip in early January and middle of February, so they could be closing out positions to get this thing to run. So I mean, it's here's what I don't like about it. I don't like it because it's a distractor. It's a distractor, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of shiny things on the side of the road that are meant to be distractors. But I think that some of this short interest was closed out because they're detecting a run that's upcoming. So you can see short interest dropping off. That's the question becomes now is how much short interest do they actually have open? Well, it's 27. According to this, the shares on loans at 42.97, but the short interest is only 27.65. So there's a lot of synthetics involved in this one. A lot of synthetics. Could it squeeze? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's got squeeze potential. Who are the insiders? Why do they own so many shares? Something's weird about that. So the insiders don't really, it doesn't appear that the insiders really own that many shares. But when you look at how many shares are outstanding, it seems like the company has a lot of shares available to issue because the number is much higher for amount of shares. Their shares out is 187 million, but the free float is only 88. So there's 100 million shares out there somewhere that somebody's holding on to that they could use to dilute with, which is great for after squeeze. If they're not using it to actively dilute now, I think you'd probably want to take a look at something like outstanding shares and see if they dilute on a constant basis or what the dilution looks like. I like that it's not a penny stock, that's for sure. All right, we're crawling up the backside of this line here, so it could have just been. I think they're trying to keep this thing from moving upwards. I'm a little tired, Pebbles. I'm not running on all cylinders right now. You guys tell AP to stop keeping me up really late at night. He's the owner and the CEO. Okay, gotcha. That's part of the reason, Doug, why I think, Tesla did exactly what it did. Elon owned a lot of shares. He had enough shares to be able to make a market impact, which really changed the whole squeeze play of Tesla. So it had a different dynamic to it. I'm just tired, guys. That's all. I'll get the vibes back tomorrow. I'll tell Adam I'm going to bed. I'll cut him off at like 10:30 and be like, I'm done, going to bed. Let's see here. We had one more for INO. What am I looking at? I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm definitely not stressed. That's for sure. Just tired. Which one was it I was looking at? Oh, INO. Okay, well, this is not heavily shorted at all. I can tell you that. I mean, 4.84 divided by free float of 2, let's just call it 218. That's like 2.2%. That's like not, this thing is not shorted at all. Like, and if volume is just tapering off, this is a real sell-off. This is a real sell-off on this. It's not heavily shorted and nobody wants to buy. Although buying pressure is starting to pick up right now. If they've got some kind of news or anything like that, I did see it was a pharmaceutical. So if there was some kind of news that they had released or something like that to where it would make it to where people might want to buy this, all I can tell you is that I mean RSI is super low. It dipped out down below here. I mean you do have some indicators that are, um, but this is not heavily shorted. I can say that, not synthetically. Let's see here. What was this called? INO. So the short interest is high on it, but it's not trading like it has synthetics involved. So could it start becoming synthetically shorted with as many shorts as it has on loan and utilization being as high as it is? It could. So I would just be curious to know who's involved next, uh, and then based off of who's. Let me check that out. Who's involved and what news? What news are they currently having that makes it desirable? 47.58% of it's institutionally owned. That's not extremely high. Like I'd just be worried anything over 60%. 47.58% below average. State Street Corp, BlackRock, and Vanguard, almost guaranteed they'll start lending out shares if somebody starts buying into it. Those are some big companies. State Street Corp, Vanguard, and BlackRock. I know, right? Like they're just gonna keep asking forever and ever and ever. Don't do it, Anthony. Anthony says, like, Anthony, don't do it. Yeah, see, that's what I would be looking for. Anthony's saying Invio was a failed COVID play. They lost the race for a vaccine. I would have to see some kind of like major news that says that they just got approved for something, or it's one of those ones where it's not synthetically shorted, but it could become synthetically shorted because there is a lot of short interest that's open. So it just depends upon um, the long-term outlook. Now there are some big names that are invested into it, so my guess is they see some kind of possibility. I don't know. Brian says you, Froggy Styles, and Mediocre Trader have a good symbiotic relationship. But who's Spider-Man? My wife said, and I think one of you guys said it as well. She goes, Froggy looks like old Peter Parker. She actually said, I think she said Tobey Maguire, old Tobey Maguire. I thought that was funny. Drone, thank you. Anthony says Invio has a unique vaccine delivery system that's keeping them alive. What do they do? Squirt it in your eyeball? Oh man, it's just like uh, I don't put anything in my eyes. Don't ask me to put stuff in my eyes. No, thank you. Oh, stop, Cookie. Don't go there. Stop, Cookie. What indicator do I use for the buy to sell volume exactly? So I honestly don't really have one specific indicator. Buying pressure and selling pressure, I think can be seen through the vortex indicator, but it's not specifically volume that it's looking at. I mean, if you want to consider buying volume as if you want to see increased volume as an indicator for buying pressure, then you could see that through the vortex indicator, but it's not specifically looking directly at volume. You just have to understand that volume creates um, volume creates what am I trying to say? Buying. It's demand, right? If you understand how supply and demand works, as demand increases, then you're having buying pressure, right? Unless the price is moving down. Now, if the price is moving down, then you have selling pressure. So that's why I like the vortex indicator, because it's not directly looking at volume, but it's looking at like the relationship to demand. which is volume. So it's indirectly looking at volume through price. So that's what I use. Oh, you're welcome, good old boys. Gary says you should do an interview with Lion Trader. Is Froggy has his info? Um, oh, Lion Trader, like Lion Trader, Lion. If it's the Lion Trader that I'm thinking of, I do not see eye to eye with him at all. Uh, and I talked with somebody on break about this. I see Lion as an institutionalist. Institutionalists are going to try and tell you whenever you hear somebody say the words "take profit," um, and they're talking about on the front side of a squeeze play, they're not a diamond-handed ape; they're a paper-handed ape. Because you can sell on the backside of a squeeze, and if you go back and you want to live through history, go back and start reading some of the things that people said for GME back in the day when GME was squeezing the first time, before it was squeezing. People kept saying sell on the backside, sell on the backside. It was a very, very common thing for people to say who were apes at the time. They said sell on the backside. Look at DFV, the guy who started all of this. Where did he sell at? He sold on the backside. He did not sell on the front side. He showed his position every single day, and he did not sell until he got to the backside of the squeeze, and he sold at a very low point on the backside of the squeeze. You don't have to sell on the front side of the squeeze. And anybody who says that you do need to is a diamond is a paper-handed. I don't want to say the word. You know what they are. I'm just telling you that this does not. You don't have to sell on the front side of the squeeze. You just don't. And it's my opinion. It's not popular probably, but it is what it is. And that's why I spent so much time trying to figure out what that meant to sell on the backside, because it got really frustrating. It got really frustrating to me because nobody had an answer for me about what selling on the backside meant or what it looked like. Because the way I perceived the data as I was looking at GME was, um, how do you know when the backside is? Because if I had been living through GME, I'd have sold at about 100 and probably $40, flat out. I would have sold at $140. My game would have been over, and I would have been missed out on life-changing money, because it is extremely hard to see unless you know what you're looking for indicator wise. It's extremely hard to know where the backside's going to be unless you know what you're looking for. But institutionalists will tell you to take profit on the way up. They absolutely will. And so I look for that. That's like one of the key things that I look for. Whenever I hear people say take profit, the alarms start going off in my head. Ding, 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 ding. I'm not listening anymore. The bell just got done rung. I'm not listening. Anybody says take profit, I know exactly what it is they're talking about. They're talking about selling on the front side, and they're talking about selling at prices that are so cheap that it makes me sick to know that somebody out there would actually take profits at those kind of price levels after having sat through all of this. Why would they do that? To them, to those people, that's more money than they're used to seeing in a play like this ever. Doubling their money in a year and a half's time is amazing profits to them. That's not life-changing money to me. I'm not an institutionalist. So you're going to get a different answer out of me than anybody else. Did I reach out to Trey for an interview? I don't think I have. I may have. I don't recall if I did or not. I didn't want to say it, Einstein. I didn't want to say it, but that's the word. Yeah. and that's the other thing too. The guys that are saying I'm going to sell at the top, you don't know where the top is. You'll never know where the top's going to be at. You think you will. There's a good chance. I mean, there's a chance, very small chance that you might be able to time it. But how much are you going to risk to get there and then end up being wrong? That could end up being pretty costly. Yes. See, Einstein, that's what I'm talking about. And I don't think people seem to understand that. A lot of people are listening to these institutionalists, and selling on the way up just lowers the altitude of the climb, and it does. It 100% does. If you want to know how to do, we're all sitting here in this play trying to repeat something that GME did, but we're talking about selling on the way up, and GME never talked about that. They never talked. That's not in the playbook. The playbook for winning a short squeeze is not selling on the way up, and it's not. It's not trying to increase your position by day trading the stock either. It's just not in the playbook. Go back and look at the playbook. It's out there. You can find it. All of Keith Gill's YouTube videos are still up. Go back and look at history. They didn't talk about selling on the front side and taking profit. Brian says Al from Boston said 40% would sell before maximum price would be reached. I would agree. It's sad. It's really, really sad. I feel bad that there's going to be people out there that are not going to have the life-changing money that they've been waiting for so long and fought so hard for. It tears me up inside. I wish you guys could understand how much it tears me up inside knowing that. It's hard to know that there's going to be people who have been waiting for so long for something so great and so special, and yet they're only going to get a marginal fraction of what it was that they thought they were going to get. And it's only because they're getting bad advice from people who are telling them to sell on the front side, and it's going to mess them. It's going to mess them up. There are some people who are in this play who watch this show daily, who had one chance at life-changing money and sold too early, and they're getting a second chance. And I don't think they're going to make the same mistake that they made the first time. This will probably be the last time that we have an opportunity like this. The market's going to change. They will put rules and regulations into place that this does not happen again. That is going to be a really fun moment, Einstein. Watching, I have a feeling. I have a feeling that we're going to see days where there's 2 billion plus shares traded in a single day. I have full faith that that's going to happen, and it's going to be epic. Because it allows them to close those positions. Once they're forced to buy shares, they're closing some of the positions, so it hurts the rise in price. It helps when it's in. It depends on the sizes. Really, is what it comes down to. AMC is that it's if there's massive quantities of selling and the demand isn't is being met, they'll be able to keep the price down from rising too high too fast. So what you don't want to see have happening is like just a complete offload of shares. It does help to have little bits of shares being sold on the way up. I just don't want to be one of those people. I don't want to be one of those people. I know there's going to be people who are doing it, who are trying to swing trade, who are taking profit on the way up. There's going to be those people, but you don't have to be one of them. I don't have to be. I don't have to be one of those people. So I'm going to let the people who want to sell their shares and take profit on the way up uh, create that extra pressure for or demand on the market to give me a better price. I'm going to allow them to do that work for me. Future whale, no. MCon says they're poo poo heads, and Dr. Zeno said that's the best tea I have ever heard. But I wouldn't really call those squeeze plays. Those are more pump and dumps. I mean, they were technically squeeze plays in the fact that there was short positions that were open, but DWAC for sure was a. Let me see, which ones did you name? You said Fun, DWAC, Car's another one. I don't know what the T is that you got in there. I don't remember T. And those were not squeeze plays. So those, in fact, if anything, those were conditionals, meaning they're trying to condition you into thinking that everything's supposed to happen in a single day. It's a pump. It's a simple pump and dump. Those are institutional squeeze plays that occur in a single day and they just pop up, pop back down. Done and over with. Those are the kind of ones that are really, really scary for investors if they buy in too late and they try to hold for too long. Yeah, Benjamin, I'm that's my hope is that those kind of rules will go into place, and that they'll be enforced with heavy penalties. But yeah, Jay, as far as fun, however you want to call it, DWAC, car, I don't remember T. I just don't remember T. But all of those were just institutional quick pump and dumps. It was an attempt to try and steal money from retail, that create a lot of retail bag holders. And let me tell you, there was a lot. In fact, the day that DWAC was happening, I started pulling up all the information. I remember very specifically that I said, "Oh, guys, this is owned by like over 100% institution." Maybe it was Car. Was it Car or DWAC? No, it was Car. I'm sorry. Car. We were watching Car, and I pulled it up and I said, "Guys, this is owned like 120% of this is owned by. I think it was 126% was owned by institutions." And I said, "Guys, when this thing starts turning around, people won't be able to sell fast enough. There will be no demand for buying shares, and there will be tons of retail uh, stuck." And within 5 minutes of me saying that, that thing went south so fast. Everybody who got into that play, within that short period of time that I was talking about it, turned into the massive, biggest bag holders you can possibly imagine. And they got torn. They got torn. And I hate seeing retail lose. I hate it with a passion. And it bothers me, because people don't look into what it is they're investing in and understanding what kind of play it is that they're really getting into. Those aren't squeeze plays. They're just not. They're pump and dumps. I absolutely believe $800 is achievable 100% forced. It just depends on us. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to us and how long it is that we're willing to hold on for. What are we willing to achieve? The more of us that hold for a longer period of time, the more likely we'll see really high numbers. I think numbers much larger than 800 are possible, but it comes down to many, many different factors. Um, Government intervention, um, institutional intervention, retail psyche. There's so many things that are at play. This is why watching volume and my SPF, the synthetic price failures, is so crucial because you have to understand what's happening. Why are people doing what it is that they're doing, and when is the right time to make your position. No floors, not for me. Steven, that's a great question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Jay, are you watching the order book? Is that what you're watching for? I see the 16s and the 17s. If the number goes up, price goes down, right? So I'll just have to watch for 18s, see if 18s or if it's going lower, 15s. Yeah, okay. That's what I kind of figured. So for those of you who don't know, you can kind of watch the order book a little bit. You can watch the ending prices right now, which you'll notice here, and I'll take you guys over to the order book. You can kind of see. I mean, this is. I don't like using this as like TA or anything like that, but what you can see is you can see the 16s, the ending in 16s and 17 numbers that are in here on both sides of the order book, and depending on which way those run, I believe when those numbers rise higher, the price goes lower, and when they run lower, when they're stepping down, then the price goes higher. So you see 17s and 16s in here. So if you start seeing 15s, then the price could be running higher. Um, Still seeing 17s. This is like the most discouraging thing. Like out of all the stuff, like if you guys were to ask me, like if there was one disheartening thing that I saw, okay, here's a 13 right here. If there was one disheartening thing that I saw or I see on a daily basis that gets me down, and I love it, but it does get me down at the same time, is the fact that you can see the communication occurring inside of the order books. And when you see that it's occurring and that they're manipulating price based off of how the numbers are being generated here in the order book, it just, I guess it makes me angry. I guess it makes me angry to the point to where I go like, this just shouldn't be happening. And it does. Guys, it all depends. It all depends on how long we can hold for. It There is no limitation. Uh, if you look at the definition of a short position, it has the possibility of infinite losses, not a defined amount. The word is infinite losses. That's what happens when you short a stock. There is potential for infinite losses. It's the exact word. So what does the infinite depend upon? Us. We are the key factor in deciding because we're the ones who owns all the shares. We get to decide how high this goes. We get to make that determination. But everybody wants to tell you, institutions, when they sell, it's over. No, no, it's not even close. They own a drop, less than a drop in the bucket. We get to decide. Infinite losses. 1,000 is not even close to enough. We can make it go a lot higher, but we all have to do it collectively together to decide to hold. We have to just decide to hold. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You have to just decide to do it or don't do it. Why is it impossible, Meal? Doug. Why is it impossible? Amazon's worth $3,339 a share. Why is it impossible for us to hit that price? Tesla's $1,133 a share. Why is it impossible for us to hit that price? Why is it impossible for us to hit any price? We're operating within the confines of the parameters that are set up for this system. And in this system, shorts have to pay an infinite loss until we're done. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Jay just said sevens. Let's take a look at the numbers here and see what we got going on. That's my point, Buck. Hackshire Berthaway. Hackshire Berthaway stock is what is it running at? $500,000 a share. 500,000 a share. We get to determine the price. Nickel's a commodity. It runs under different rules. All right, taking you guys to the stat page. Right here next to me in the off exchange, 53.51 and 12.07 in the EDGX as of an hour ago. Let's check and see what it's at now. 54.2 and 12.07, so definitely some more price discovery being hidden in the off exchange for sure. That number's still driving up almost 3% higher than the 30-day average. According to Ortex, son of a gun. Nobody said anything about that. I've got it set up on the wrong stock. Give me a second here. There we go. An hour ago, there was 452,000 shares. According to Ortex, it's now up to 782,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. That will increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.78%, and the cost to borrow average is at 3%. It's definitely rising. Taking a look at the options. At a $25 strike price, an hour ago, there was 16.2 thousand contracts. There's now 19.4. On the puts, at a $20 strike price, an hour ago there was 5.4 thousand contracts. There's now 6.9. 3 to 1. We have more than a 3 to 1 ratio in volume, call volume versus put volume. Still a $5 spread, signaling for a 22.50 range for closing price for the day today. I said 22.50 range, 22.50 closing price. Oops. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently in 5th. We have 52% buys to 48% sell ratio. And GME has slipped a few spots, 8th. But they do have 65% buys to 35% sell ratio, which is pretty decent. I don't like our buy to sell ratio for AMC though. Trigger price for SSR for the day today was $20.97. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Does not appear to be any. 21.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 127.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls. 69.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Here comes our late run here. Well outside the box and outside the... I'll probably have to just draw this out further. I'll do it here in a second. Refresh works this time. NASDAQ is up 1.47, Dow Jones is up 0.01, and S&P 500 is up 0.43. The market is advancing over declining with 4,182 advancers to 3,452 decliners. The VIX is down 1.58, IWM is down 0.14, Tesla is up 4.9, Amazon is up 1.98, Cinemark is up 0.82, Doge is down 1.28, Bitcoin is down 1.52, GME is up 3.45, Goldmine is down 2.55, Hood is up 1.52, AMC is breaking even. Our inflow versus outflow is a $3 million difference with more inflow than outflow. We are starting to get that push upwards here. Looks like we might go test that 2350 range here in just a few minutes maybe. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for volume. We're on pace for 64 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested there would be somewhere between 40 and 60 million in volume. Looks like we're right on pace for where we're supposed to be at. Not bad. So what's going on here? So we had 1, 2, 3 touch points, and I thought maybe there's a chance we're going to see a 4th touch point inside of this what appears to be a bullish wedge. But I would say that I'm just going to draw this out. It looks like they kind of extended the period of time that it's going to take for this to progress. So I'm going to get a new touch point here. And redraw the box about here. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.8. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.01. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers on the hourly over the last, let's see, 1, 2, 3, about 4 hours. RSI at 44.65. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.48, which is right down the middle. And on a 5-minute interval, we have a crossover with more buying pressure than selling pressure currently happening with RSI at 57.53. That's a big box. Gosh, son of a gun. Did I not put you guys on the other page? My bad if I didn't. Oh, it looks like it did. Okay. So not Chan Chan said, let me read back a little bit further here. I don't normally go back and reread your guys' stuff, but not Chan Chan says you compare AMC to Tesla being 1K. Tesla's company is worth 1K, so I don't understand why you always make the comparison. Squeeze play versus highly profitable company has nothing to do with each other. You're absolutely right. In fact, I would tell you that a squeeze play is worth well more than what the actual company is worth in value. Hence the reason why in a squeeze play, the price rises up to huge amounts and then drops back down to what the fundamentals would support for the company valuation. So I'm in complete in agreement with you. The point that I'm trying to make is that, if you want to look at the profitability of companies, that are out there and show, like what kind of prices are sustainable in this market, even just a short period of time, you can look at things like Tesla and Amazon and say, okay, yeah, is $1,000 or $3,000 an achievable goal for a short squeeze? And I would say yes, absolutely 100%, because this is not a fundamental play. This has nothing to do with fundamentals. I'm just telling you that there's uh, the technical analysis tells me that there's support for this market to support those kind of price ranges because they're already supported in the market. So yes, absolutely, 100%. Um, the market can support those kind of price ranges. Who are we talking about? You guys are saying he was excited. Yeah, I think that I think today was that last day, so I feel like either today or tomorrow would be kind of that period of time to where we could see starting to see price ripping from the SSR trip that we had last week. Um, I do think we'll see green this week. That's my prediction. Brian says 1,000 per share is nothing, and I agree. And I think it's funny that your phone corrected share to share. My phone's done it to me before too. I'm like, really? How you gonna do me like that? Yeah, I mean, 1,000 a share is completely doable, guys. Like, it's not even funny how easily this could get. I mean, if GME had just not had the buy button taken away, that thing would have easily been over $1,000. It has nothing to do with the valuation of the company. It has everything to do with how much people are willing to take um, in an offer, because that's what they're doing is they're trying to sell you. They're trying to buy your shares, and you're going to have to decide what am I willing to take for this. And if you decide to take early, then you take early. All right, Einstein, take care. Yeah, I don't. I'm not even trying to say. I would never say Chan Chan that. Not Chan Chan. You'll never hear me say that I think this company is worth as much as Tesla or Amazon. I'm not trying to convince anybody of that. I would actually implore you to think that that's not the case at all. At least this point in time. Could it be worth the valuation of Tesla or Amazon in the future? Under the right conditions, under the right business models, under the right um, programs that they have running for them, yes, it could potentially be worth a lot more than what it's at. I don't know if I'd say those high numbers. We'll see. It just depends on what they're doing. Uh, and how the fundamentals look. But I would agree. I would never in a million years suggest this stock is worth those fundamentally. Technically, yes, more than that, way more than that. It's my opinion. Francis says, Casey, when you have time, can you look into Rule 153cc? Apparently, they can borrow shares as long as they make reasonable effort to return the shares. I saw a video but can't remember the channel. I can look into that. Actually, first, before I do this, um, do do me a favor and yeah, just in case, do me a favor and tell me one thing real quick, Francis. Do you know if you happen to get it off of our AMC stock, sorry, our super stock? If you got this information off of our super stock, I'm just gonna cut my research right there and I'm just gonna tell you guys straight up. If you guys are getting information from our super stock, don't even ask me any questions about it, please, because I'm just gonna stop you right there and be like, nope. Anything coming from our super stock, I don't buy into. I just don't. It's the very first thing I look at. When somebody asks me to look into something, I will go to our super stonk and I will see if that's where it's coming from. The minute that I see that that's where it's coming from, I instantly know who's creating the information, and what it's meant to do. I completely disregard basically everything, every single bit of information that comes from our super stonk since probably like May of last year. There are some good things. I actually have some links to our super stonk data. In fact, one of my links does take you there in my description box. The one about I think after rule number 3, the brokers. That comes from. I'm pretty sure that comes from our super stonk. However, they were infiltrated, and the moderators who own that channel are um, known infiltrators into the community. And everything that perpetuates from our super stonk is just bad DD and stuff that it's supposed to make you have fear, uncertainty, and doubt in the play that you have. So I absolutely avoid everything. So if that's one of those rules that was brought up that you read on our super stonk, I'm not even gonna research it. Super Steven, how's it going, man? Javi says, how would you execute 45,000 shares in your opinion? I'm asking all YouTube AMC channels. That's a lot of shares. That is a lot of shares. So you're gonna have a very tricky situation because Javi, the first thing that I have to tell you is that you've got yourself a situation if you had 45,000 shares where um, unless you're selling on an uptick, you're going to have a situation to where um, you know you probably will be selling in groups of like 500 or 1,000 groupings would be my guess, right? So let's just say that you sold them 1,000 groupings on upticks along the way, whatever price points you want to set up for yourself. Even if you sold at 1,000 shares and you could get the orders to complete through at 1,000 shares a piece, that would take you 45 straight minutes of orders going through. So you got yourself a little bit of a pickle, right? You're going to have to be working extremely hard and you're going to have to be working fast You're going to need multiple screens going. You might need multiple computers depending on how many screens you have. You have a very unique situation. You're going to have many periods of time to where you can pick from and choose from to sell and get different prices for your shares. For those people who have that many shares out there, you have a situation that puts you in a different group of people. You're going to be looking, as soon as you start seeing volume starting to drop significantly, I would start looking for, I would I would completely ignore my SPF. I'm saying what I would do. If I had 45,000 shares, the SPF part of my two-part analysis for indicators, the second part would get thrown out of the window for the first batch of shares that I started selling. And I'd be looking for volume falling would be the very first indicator that I'd look for, and I'd start selling in batches at that time. And then the whole brackets, like selling in brackets, price brackets would go into effect. But I would definitely be looking for volume day over day decreasing dramatically is the very first sign that I'd be looking for. And of course, you're going to save some batch at the very end. But you're going to be the person with 45,000 shares. You're also going to be the person who's more likely to hit a chunk of your shares will be sold off at the top. There's a very good chance that you're going to hit the top of the squeeze. So, but you're always going to want to, with 45,000 shares, you're going to want to be the person who sells on upticks more often than not, only because you're probably going to want to sell in batches of like 500 to 1,000 shares at a time. Because it will take you, those orders could take some time to fill. So it's a very unique situation. I feel like you're joking, Brian. But again, Javi, your shares, it's your money, it's your shares. You need to make your own choices. I'm not going to tell you when to sell, but you got to make, you've got tough choices. When you've got that many shares, you're going to have some tough choices on when you're going to sell, and getting those orders pushed through. Work fast. Uh, I guess the only advice I could really, really give you, the best advice is maybe spend, I don't know, some large portion of money on a penny stock or a penny crypto, and practice making orders as fast as you possibly can. As fast as you possibly can, because you want to get yourself into some situations in advance, to where you're stuck making quick orders quickly. 500 or 1,000. Normally, I would like to keep my sell orders, and then you're going to be looking specifically, Javi, for unusual price points. Do not pick price points that are ridiculously like straight up forward. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just going to throw random numbers out there, and you guys are going to start flipping. You think it's get that high? Well, I'm going to say a high number. If it gets up to $100,000 a share, don't you dare put in an order at $100,000 a share. You know what I'm saying? Pick like 99,943 and 20 cents or something like that. Pick something that's unusual. Pick something that has to get filled in order for them to get past you, and that it's not going to, that your order is going to be by itself and um, not have to compete for the same price as other orders. There is one. AMC Wild, the answer to your question is one. One is a good minimum amount of shares to have. In this particular play, man, any share you can get your hand on is a great share to have. There is, even if it's like one of my sons, he's got, I I think he's got 5 shares. He's got 5. That's great. 5 shares. If those shares turn into, 1,000, if they turn into $10,000, if they turn out into $100,000, he's going to be set. He's going to be set. He's got 5 shares. There's going to be, you know, the other thing I'm going to say too, Javi, is like, that there are people out there who are pushing, and I just got done talking about this not too long ago, but there's going to be people who are pushing take profits, right? Um, in your particular situation, or anybody who has a situation where they have an exorbitant amount of shares, those really are the people who should be taking profit because they have so many shares. They have the ability to be able to take profit at different levels and be able to maximize uh, their total investment at different levels. For those of us who don't have that many shares, we're going to have different level prices. This is going to take a long time to get done with, guys. It's not going to be a quick and fast over thing. And just because some guy who's got um, 45,000 shares starts selling a little bit earlier than somebody else isn't necessarily mean that it's going to mean the end of the squeeze. So you need to remember that. But I'm definitely going to let Javier start selling earlier than I do, so that he can start help pushing the price up or the demand up, creating the price discovery that I need to have, that I want to see for the prices that I want to get to. Uh, Appreciate it, Javi. Thank you for selling too early. I mean, that's the gist of it, honestly. Like, because you're gonna have key different points. I think I have a video, Javi, that you can watch, and it's called um, how to know when the squeeze is over. And I showed an example on how there was 3 different good signaled indicated points at where GME kind of had opportunities for you to sell on an uptick in price and close to the end. I do still have. I would look for that video, how to know the MOASS is over. I think it's under presentations in my playlists. What I will show you real quickly though is I do have a macro model of the GME squeeze that I can share with you, and some of the specific points in time that you could see where price was moving the most was it drove from like $61 all the way up to $366 before going back down to 182 right here. Um, selling some shares maybe on this portion right here, but that would have been the front side. It would have been on the front side. Also on the run up to 514, you could sell some shares there because volume started dropping on the 27th. Volume was dropping day over day. So on that run up to 514, you could have been selling some shares. Then it drops down to 249 and then starts heading back up to 482. There's another great spot for you, right? Then it drops down to 112, goes back to 25. Here's another good spot, 321.58. Then it drops back down to 193.60 and then back up to 437.99. So I've identified for you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different major upticks on price that hits like a whole different plethora of fields of points that you could be selling at that get you to within very close to the top. Um, it's your choice. It's your money. That's all I gotta say. I know, Keto. I know. That's the crazy part about it. That is the absolute crazy part about it is that if that was FOMO only, what could it had gotten up to if it hadn't been for the buy button being taken away? I know, Leon. I understand what you're saying, but remember, we're all in this together. I think I hate to hear folks who have over 1,000 shares say we're going to be so rich when a lot of folks have less than 1,000 shares. And so the big worry right there for you is they're all going to get theirs before I get mine, right? And that's that evil demon getting inside of you, telling you I'm not going to make out because everybody else is going to make out before me. You're going to have time, man. If this, when this thing starts to squeeze, you're going to have time. And you're going to have different points at where you can decide to sell. And you're going to have a chance to get higher prices. It just depends on what you want to hold for. I'm giving you some great indicators on here to be looking at. Day over day volume dropping and then price dipping using that SPF methodology of tracking price. Those are the things you really want to be looking at. Um, those are key, because for you, the trade is going to be different. You're going to be looking for maximizing the most that you can out of every share that you have. So this goes back to why I don't like listening to people who say take profits at a certain spot, because those people who are telling you to take profits when you can, those are the people who have like a crap ton of shares. And they're telling you to take profits because in their eyes that system works. But it's because they have so many shares, and when you work it out and you look and you see what it is that they're telling you to do, how that's going to work out for you only owning, I don't know, let's just say you only own 300 shares. It's not going to work the same. It won't work the same. There's a different plan for everybody. You are unique. You are your own individual, and you have your own capabilities, and you can achieve what you want to achieve in this play. But it just depends on how high you want to hold to. Where are you going to stop at? And what key indicators are you going to be using to try to decide when is holding for too long and when is holding just right? And when is selling too early? No, Brian, I don't think the halt killed the squeeze. In fact, I think they wanted you to think that the halt killed the squeeze. And I think that they're going to try and halt this and make it look like it killed the squeeze several times in the future because they want you to feel that way. Yeah, there was a point last March, guys, where I legitimately felt like we were kind of running like a cycle that was about 4.5 times larger than GME's cycle. So the way I saw it was, if GME took 21 days to run through its course, which obviously it didn't even get a chance to complete everything. If it took 21 days, there's a chance that AMC could take 4 times that amount. But those were estimates that I had back in March of last year. Um, we're well over that now. We're well over that now. And I don't know, some people ask me all the time, they go like, how long is the squeeze going to take? And I keep telling people, I'm like, we're in the squeeze. I don't think you understand it, but we're in the squeeze right now. And you don't realize it because you're looking at it from a micro perspective. You're looking at it on a day-to-day basis and you're going like, this thing's never going to end because you keep watching it from a day-to-day basis. But then I pull it out to the weekly here and I show you this is nothing. This is just a blurb of time. It's barely anything at all. When the squeeze does happen and it jumps up way high, it's going to look like on this chart right here, it's going to look like a bunch of nothingness. It's going to look like a 1 minute candlestick, but it's on a week. Each one of these candlesticks is a week long. We're in the squeeze right now, and you just don't even know it. It's so silly. It's so silly to think. I wholeheartedly believe that when historians go back and they say the squeeze started, when did the squeeze start for AMC? I have a feeling they'll say somewhere around 13th of May. The 13th of May is when the squeeze really started happening. So Doug says, here's my thing. If it was true for GameStop and they only let it run to 483, well, it was actually more than that, but what makes you think that they're going to let Amy run higher than that? That's my take, since everybody's saying that, saying, yeah, GameStop. So I don't know how, if there is a point to where there's a failure in the system, and they, take away the buy button. My question to you is this, Doug. Doug, are you going to be fooled by the buy button being taken away? Because we've never seen it before. And a lot of apes got fooled by that last time. They got fooled by it and they got scared and they sold because they thought, oh no, this is the end. So what are you going to do this time when you see the buy button go away? I'll check it out, Francis. I'll try to check it out, but I don't have a whole lot to go on here. I copied it down. No, Joe. This is what I'm saying. Like, legit, like, everybody tries to make everybody think that, like, Volkswagen happened overnight. And all you gotta do, I'll just show you, like, go in here and put in um, Volkswagen squeeze, right? And then come in here and, like, just pull up the first image that you find, right? I just want to open the image. Open image in new tab. Oh, come on, zoom in. Fine. This this right here, 2008 to 2010, that's 2 years worth of data. And you're asking, like, this is just a slow squeeze, right? Like, well, how long do you think this squeeze was? At what point do you say that this? It says March 2005, Porsche starts to buy Volkswagen stock. March 2007, Porsche stake exceeds 30% and it makes compulsory bid. Like, legit, dude, this took a lot. Squeeze plays don't happen overnight. They don't happen overnight, and they're not going to leave you behind. It's not how it works. You guys really need to research how long these things take. Because right now, we might be here. You really got to research this stuff and understand what happens and why it happens, how it happens. Like, don't just sign up for this ride and then go like, when's the ride gonna start? you're you're already on it. You're already on the ride. You know what I'm saying? Like do some research, guys. These things take a while. You have to have patience. Have a good one, Jeff. CTB went up. What's it at? Yeah, it did 3%. We an hour ago when I went through the technicals, I had mentioned that it went up about 0.2. Doug says, Casey, I don't know. You don't want to get my hopes up because I've heard all kinds of numbers, and then I hear from people that I trust and know and watch. It's easily can. I'm not trying to tell you what it's going to go to, Doug. I'm telling you that we need to watch indicators. Indicators is the most reliable thing that you can possibly do is watch indicators. Still reading through what you guys are writing. I'm reading slow today. I got I gotta get my reading brain going here, and it's not working. No, Brian, I don't think we're in the infancy stage. I don't think that we're in the infancy stage, but I definitely, I do think that we're in the later stages of this happening. But I just think I'm trying to tell people like, stop thinking this is going to be quick and fast. This is not. This is like, this is a very slow event. It's going to feel like it's going fast when we're going through because you're going to see price changes that are occurring, rapid swings in prices that are going to scare you. CTB max, not the average. Yeah, I think we were up in the 14% range, weren't we? Or was that only 9% last week or 10%? Yeah, you might be right. That just means that somebody's out of shares to lend. I'm taking a long time to read through the messages, so I apologize. I'm just behind. Yeah, Micah. So the dates that I have written down for AMC is AMC had trigger dates on the 19th of January, at least according to my notes. And also, actually, you know what? This is on the weekly. Let me put it on the daily because I think that changes everything. Hold on 1 second. It might be the 18th. Okay, I got the 20th of January. Oh no, oh no, I moved it. My line was not locked in place. All right, I'm gonna guess on this other one because because I just moved my line. I grabbed right on it and then moved and it moved the entire line. So I think it was the 19th. It may have been the 20th for AMC the second time, but let me pull up GMEs now. That really bothers me. Let me go back in my history on my notes here and compare prices and make sure that's the right date because I don't want to give you bad information. So let me just pull that up. 19th. So 570. Closed at 551, the low. Oh man, it's gonna make me sick. I had these dates all down and I messed it up. Well, let me just give you GMEs. I'm gonna have to go back through and figure it out because I just accidentally moved my line. GME's date was 15th of January. So it should be 15, 20th. The 15th for GME, the 20th of January, and then I'm having a problem trying to find out what the other date was for January. I'm guessing it's got to be like one of these dates here. Let me just figure it out. I gotta figure this out. It's gonna piss me off. Close, and there's the low. 120. Time to pull out a formula. It looks like it was the 20th. The 20th of January was the other date. The reason being is that the closing price of the 19th of January was $3.06, a 10% decrease from 306. Would be $2.75, and the low was $2.75 on the 20th. So SSR tripped on the 120, January 20th. And now I can go back and correct my chart. There we go. So frustrating. Did I lock that in place after all that? Can I even lock these? I can. Locked. Locked. I don't want to have to figure that again. It's actually a really easy formula. It's just a pain to get the. I don't know if you guys are having these problems or not anymore. It's actually starting to become difficult to get some of the data from last year. It's really becoming difficult to get some of that data. So we had a breakout again going south of this wedge that I've extended. This is going to be the third time I'm going to extend this out here. I'm going to wait for it to run up a little bit before I do extend this out. Habib says, stop complaining. All right, I'm done complaining. Yeah, not a problem. I just pissed at myself for screwing up my chart. Sometimes I don't make a, I don't get in the habit of locking some of my important data, and I need to lock it. Yeah, that just means that they've borrowed shares, Habib. When they borrow an excessive amount of shares, and then that lender has no shares left to borrow, then they're going to have a high CTB. Steven says, put in the trampoline. All right, I'll put one in for break. It's not a bad idea. Nurse quote just now referring to Casey, that man is in a poker costume. You better keep an eye on his agenda. That beard is suspicious. You know, she's not wrong. It is absolutely true. This is something I would wear to poker. 100%. And not only that, but every once in a while, you'll see me sit like this. Pip, she's very observant. I'm not. Yeah, give some credit to your nurse. She's got her stuff down. But oftentimes you'll see me reach around my neck like this underneath here and just kind of cover my neck when I'm thinking or talking. And the reason for that is in poker, a lot of players will actually look at your pulse to see what it is. They'll try to find your pulse and see your pulse and see if you're stressed or straining. And so I have a habit of covering my neckline just to not give away that information. The beard does it quite nicely. I've never had a beard before, so it's kind of nice. But every once in a while, you'll see me sit here with my arm on my shoulder, or sometimes underneath my neck, and it is poker. It's 100% poker. And this is something I would wear to a poker gig for sure. So she's very observant, and you better watch out for me, Pip. You better watch out for me. You never know when I've got my poker face on. Oh man, I got a deadly poker face. I got a deadly poker face. I'm telling you guys. I cannot bat. Like I can hold dead still and just stare, lock eyes with somebody forever. I love making it uncomfortable. Joe, take care, man. No homo. Love you too. I'm the same way, Brian. I usually shave every 2 weeks. Excuse me. That was funny, GD. Is that how you attracted your wife? Um, I'm gonna go with no. I'm gonna go with no. It was my incredible charm uh, that I don't have. It was probably more the awkwardness of who I am as an individual that attracted her more than anything. Um, how can a woman deny a man who's as awkward as I am? So awkward. I'm the kind of guy that would I'm the kind of guy that would walk up and be like, "Can I have my number so I can call you?" or something like that. Say something just really stupid and just be like, I meant your number. Can I have my call you?" It wins. It wins in the long run. Girls like it when a guy just stumbles over his words and is embarrassed. And then you just got to be honest and say, you know what? I'm just really really nervous right now because you're an extremely beautiful woman, and I don't know. I don't have the right words to say, but I just want your phone number so I can call you and maybe we can go on a date sometime. Everybody truly loves honesty. People really do love honesty, and they like to have the truth. And then I don't know if you guys heard this or not last night. I don't know if you guys heard this when I was doing that video with Tony and Froggy last night. Um, you guys can rent out a movie theater. Yeah, here we go. Dating tips from Casey. Check this out. I'm going to show you guys because I don't think anybody believes me when I tell them this. I did this for my wife's birthday. I won't say which number one it was, but it was a big one. I did it for her birthday. Ah, dang it, I just clicked on the wrong one. All right. It's funny that when I pull up Google, you guys can see my search history. I think that's like so disturbing. Like, I'm so glad I don't search anything crazy and stupid. I want to show you this. Go to AMC sometime. Try this out. You'll see it. It's true. Type in, go to the search tab, type in movie theater rental, right? And then private theater rentals. Special content and events is what it's under. Private theater rentals. You can come down here. It says you guys are gonna get to see my home movie theater. Our technology makes it easy to book online. You can book an entire movie theater to yourself. Now watch this. This is gonna blow your mind. Here's my movie rental. AMC Barton Creek Square 14. That is actually not mine. That is not mine. Hold on a second. I don't know why it's set up on that one. Well, it doesn't really matter. So they have it set up for a specific time every night usually. For this one here that I have set up, you can only rent the movie theater at 6 p.m. You can have up to 20 guests. I think it might vary on each one. For $219, you and 20 of your friends, or you and 19 of your friends, can go see a brand new movie. Brand new stinking movie for $219. But let's say you don't want to do that. Let's say you want to select a movie specifically related to. Oh, you know what? They used to have a list. Hold on a second here. They used to have a list of all kinds of movies you could see. I wonder if that's gone now. It looks like it might be gone, or maybe it's only at certain movie theaters. But I actually picked out my wife's favorite movie. Weird. I feel like we were able to pick from a huge long list of like old movies and newer movies. There was like a whole big huge list there. Looks like the cheapest you can get it now, and it may just be because it's this particular movie theater that I'm set up on right now. Um, but the movie theater I had picked, there was tons of options of older movies, and I picked her favorite movie. We went and saw uh, Saving Private Ryan. No, that's not it. It's not Saving Private Ryan. It's why am I having? I'm struggling with the name of the freaking movie. Forrest Gump. We went and saw Forrest Gump. Same actor, different movie. It was Saving Private Ryan. I swear. I'm telling you guys, like renting out the entire movie theater is so cool. Oh, Dr. Zeno, you're looking like a saddlebag with eyes these days. Casey, how did you get 2 billion float? Was it average net buys at 10,000 shares per day? That's pretty conservative. Saving Ryan's privates. Yeah, see, I think it depends on the movie theater that you pick. The movie theater I think has better choices because I'm pretty sure that the movie theater we went to, which is our normal one. Let me understand, Casey. How do you get 2 billion float? I didn't get 2 billion float. I'm not. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. I know exactly what you're talking about. Give me just 1 second. I'll show you. It's time to do the numbers. So let me show you right after I get done with the numbers, Keto, and I'll show you how I got to those numbers. If that's all right with you. If you're pressed for time, let me know. But let me just run through the numbers real quick, and then I'll show you really fast how I got there. I'll try to break it down for you. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do the numbers. I'm not seeing Keto write anything in here yet. Let me do the numbers and then I'll break that down for you as to how. And the question that you're asking is how did I come up with 2.37 billion shares uh, uh, in existence back in June of last year? And I'll show you. But let's take a look at the numbers first and then we'll get into that. So starting off with off exchange right here next to me, 54.2% traded into the off exchange and then 12.07% in the EDGX. Let's see what those are at now. 54.7 and 12.01, so just a little bit higher number there on that off exchange. EDGX is still roughly about the same. Taking a look at taking a look at Vortex, An hour ago, there was 782,000 shares having been borrowed. It's down to 768, so just a minor change down. It won't have much impact on the estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is at 20.78. The cost of borrow average is 2.97. The CTB max is 14.39. Again, that just means that there's an institution with their shares that are hard to borrow. Options. At a $25 strike price, an hour ago there was 19.4 thousand contracts. There's now 21.3. On the puts, at a $20 strike price, there was 6.9 an hour ago. There's now 7.9. Still signaling for a 22.5 closing price for the day today in the options. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC in 5th with 51% buys to 49% sales, and GME in 7th with 64% buys to 36% sales. 2097 is SSR trigger price for the day today. Shares borrowed has gone up, and they did borrow another 100K. Looks like they've exhausted the 3.75 million shares that they borrowed earlier this morning, and they started borrowing again. They're now at 3.85 million shares borrowed for the day today. And fees started going up. 19.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 130.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls. 67.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is up 1.37, Dow Jones is up 0.1, and S&P 500 is up 0.5. There's currently more advancers than decliners, with 4,259 advancers to 3,408 decliners. IWM is, VIX is down 2.34, IWM is down 0.06, Tesla is up 5.3, Amazon is up 1.93, Cinemark is up 0.53, Doge is down 2.28, Bitcoin is down 2.59, GME is up 1.95, Goldmine is down 2.94, Hood is up 0.44, and AMC is down 2.8. Inflow versus outflow, there's currently more inflow by $3 million. We've entered into the range for me being correct about volume for the day today, with 40.53 million shares having been traded so far. Let's figure out what our pace is. We're on pace for about 61 million shares for the day today. I think my 40 to 60 million volume prediction is going to be right on target. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.97. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.37. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers and RSI at 39.41. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.49. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.54. They're definitely running the price down, trying to attack it back down again. This is going to be the third attempt at getting this down to that 35% range. If they're getting paper hands along the way, they will continue to do this over and over and over until they're done. It is apparently profitable for them to continue to do this. Taking a look at what it was that Keto was asking me right there, I'm going to take you over to the other page for just a second while I open up my folder because I don't have that back open yet. So Keto's question specifically was in regards to, how in the world did I come up with 2.37 billion shares in existence at a very minimum, and that can be shown uh, with a representation of the Say Technologies vote. Now, a lot of people didn't really have a whole lot of faith in that because it was only a mere fraction of the amount of shares that were in, or I should say, shareholders that are in existence of 4.1 shareholders that have been acknowledged. Let me see if I can find this doggone. There it is. So by using a standard bell curve, what you can do is you can actually take out the amount of shareholders that had voted at the time, extrapolate how many shares that they owned on average, and make a worst case assumption. That worst case assumption being is that they were the maximum amount of shareholders with the highest percentage average shareholding positions possible. Meaning the average of everybody who participated was the highest amount possible. Then if you take an average distribution and you distribute it out across a bell curve, you can come up with the idea that the 2.35% of the average investors out there have somewhere between 2 and 27 shares, 28 to 190 shares here in this. I guess if you were to add these two numbers together here, this portion of the second standard deviation would have somewhere between 28 and 190, 804 and 1169. And then the average amount of shareholders out there have somewhere between 191 shares to 1,007, giving you a distribution when you distribute it all out, giving you an average value per shareholder using a worst case scenario. Worst case, it can't be any worse than this. So using that worst case scenario, that value, and I don't recall what it is, it's like 598 or something like that. The unfortunate thing is that I don't have the old data because these numbers that you're seeing right here are not the most accurate numbers. I did this estimated outstanding shares per shareholder bell curve to show what it was I was doing prior to the numbers actually finishing. But I wrote down after I completed this bell curve when it was the Say Technologies vote had ended. I took those numbers, put them to an Excel spreadsheet, and came out with a total number based off the average and multiplying that average by the total amount of shareholders. Right. So that average, I think I might have it written down. Might not. I don't know if I have it or not. Say tech vote. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't have that vote. I don't have that count here. I just had an Excel spreadsheet and I had worked it all up. So unfortunately, what it really comes down to is kind of a trust me bro moment. But you can do the math yourself and do, I think, 598. You can see if 598 was the average amount of shares per shareholder, you can do 4.1 million people. I'm doing the math right now times 598. Now that number was actually high. The number came down at the end of the voting. But if you do that, that comes up with 2.451 billion shares. But that was when I took those numbers, the Say Technologies vote number was the average share per holder was actually higher than what the final numbers were. So the final numbers that came out with, actually, I guess you could reverse math it. The number that I got was 2.185 billion was the final number. So if I reverse math that, all I got to do is just take that number, 2.185 zeros, bunch of zeros, divided by 4.1 million. Say Technologies was, after it was all said and done, was 532.9 shares per person on average. So it came down quite a bit after I did that bell curve, the standard bell curve, because that bell curve was showing 580 something and it came down to 532 by the time it was all said and done. And so, like I said, that's the worst case scenario, was 2.185 billion. Now, that's not including institutional ownership and insiders, and then I didn't even include loaning amount that was in there. So, but I added in institutions and insiders to that value, that 2.185 billion, and it raised it to 2.37 billion shares outstanding at that time after the Say Technologies had closed. So I know for a fact that there's 2.37 billion on a very worst case scenario. I believe that there's many, many more, but I can't prove it. All I can prove is based off of the averages, the worst case averages from the Say Technologies vote. And that's how I got to those numbers. I mean, I can just tell you that the numbers were lower um, than that bell curve that I showed you guys. So I just don't have them anymore. You're welcome. Brian says I have no idea what you're saying. So in math, there's a distribution, right? Anytime you have a distribution of people that are involved in something, you have what's called a standard bell curve, and you can take a standard bell curve and you can formulate that to within some degree of certainty, and it's much similar to how the Bollinger Bands kind of work. That to some with degree of certainty that a very large portion of the people fit within that bell curve and the distribution of how many shares that they have. So basically what I did is I made the assumption that everybody who voted in the Say Technologies verified vote were the very top tier of people who were voting. They had the most shares involved. I mean, it makes sense to make that assumption because um, it gives you the worst case scenario. Meaning it can only be better than what you get for a number. So then when you assume that they're the top 1% of all the shareholders in existence, then you can extrapolate from that data and figure out how many shares are in existence um, based off of a standard bell curve and what the average shareholder should be holding on the worst, based off of the worst case scenario. Now, there was somebody that was out there on Reddit that did a bimodal distribution, which is cool and all, but the problem is it makes the assumption that that the people who voted weren't the worst case scenario. And so I think it's a very I looked at the bimodal distribution method and I didn't like it at all. I think it was I didn't like the data. Didn't come out. It's just it makes a lot of assumptions that you shouldn't make. They have to be synthetics in order for people to own them. The rehypothecation is only through loaned shares. So somebody has to have ownership or has taken ownership through their broker of synthetic shares. But let's see, the thing is that whenever you buy your shares through your broker, they're always not real, unless there's a very large portion of shares that are not already purchased that can be issued. So for the most part, everything you buy from your broker is not real. It's a place setter for the ownership of a real share. Yeah, that was my problem paired OIP. That was my big problem with the bimodal was that there was a lot of assumptions that were made in that bimodal theory, and I didn't like those assumptions at all. So that's why I tried to base um, my model off of worst case scenarios because it makes no assumptions. It only takes the hard fact data and says this is what you have, and this is the best possible case you can have because you can't get any better than this without making assumptions. Like I've never seen. Hold on a second, I cough. I've never seen this name, Little Timmy from Stockwitz, show up ever. And now all of a sudden they show up and oh wow, Ader second level looks ready to explode. Like he's like literally coming in here to just go tell us like, oh hey guys, you gotta go check this out. You gotta go check this out right now. Little Timmy, if you're still listening, say hi. Or did you just come in here and bomb that? Like that pisses me off. I'm gonna delete that. Quick, run over here and put your money in something that we're waiting to take your money for, so you can be a bag holder. Come on, Timmy. Throw a little something, something. Oh, dang, JP got him. JP went for the throat. Little Timmy is actually Jimmy's son, Jimmy Kramer. No, Timmy. I mean, seriously, like, I mean, it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, really? Oh yeah, you just came over here and let everybody know for the very first time. Never seen you before. You gotta go check this out, please, Timmy. I need a laugh, guys. I need a laugh. I need. Oh, you know what? It's 1:20. I get to go to break. That's a laugh. Yeah, no, I'm not in. I was gonna do it too, JP. I just wanted to see if he was a real person or not, and I was gonna give him a warning, but I don't think he was real. I think that was a shill coming in here just trying to shill away a stock. Like, hey, go check this out. Oh man, it's just this stuff. I've never seen anything like this, guys. I mean, I don't know. This is so crazy. Lassie, go find Timmy. Timmy. Guys, if you haven't checked it out already, make sure to go check that MOASS checklist. I don't want any upvotes or awards or anything. Please just go look at that checklist. It's in the link description above. If you click on that, it'll take you to the link for that MOASS list. It's pretty extensive, so what I would do is just kind of scroll down to the very bottom. You don't have to read through everything in there. There's a lot of junk in there, but have a checklist now. These are the type of things here that the checklist kind of talks about. Know how you plan to sell your shares, the type of trades, the quantities, the broker restrictions and fees. Know that information now. Understand what it is that you have. Like if you're going to make an after hour trade, know what your broker fees are. Understand what the cost of your trade is going to cost you. Have multiple devices that have multiple sources of internet connectivity and know how to use them. I'm not kidding, guys. Like, if it means that you have to go drive down to the corner Starbucks to get your internet as a secondary source of internet, do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, be ready to do that because if you only have one source of internet and that's it, and it goes out, you're gonna be hunting. You're gonna be hunting. Don't wait. Know where your second source of internet connection and connectivity is. Go get the password already set up and everything so that when you get there, you don't have to like start begging people for passwords or whatever. Print this checklist out. Start going over these things. Next one, consider two-factor authentication and know how long it'll take you to log on. You should know how long every single day when you log in, how long it takes you to get into your broker. If it takes excess amount of time, you want to know that that's going to be the case. And you should already be logged into your broker. You should already be logged into your broker and ready and waiting to go when this thing starts to cook. Selling on an uptrend. This doesn't mean selling on the front side. Selling on the uptrend in price will help to complete your orders. Remember that. Whenever the price is moving upwards, it's much, much easier to get your orders sold than it is when the price is moving downwards. Know that orders in the range of 1 to 300 shares may fill faster than larger orders. It helps to know that the level 2 order book is showing for live trades to pick your spot and quantities. Boy, that felt like I was reading nonsense. Know that your orders in the range of 1 to 300 shares may fill faster than larger orders. I should just put a period right there. Period. It helps to know what the level 2 order book is showing for live trades to pick your spot and quantities. Right? You see this order book here? Don't pick a price that you see already. Right? Just as an example, if you were going to sell right now, right? What do you see here on this list? You see like almost every single price in here, right? It's not going to be the case when we're during MOASS. There's going to be a lot of different changing prices. But if you can find a price that's not already listed, which doesn't even appear to be the case. Oh, here we go. There's 2303 doesn't show up on here. Put your price in for that price. Don't pick the same thing that everybody else has picked. You don't want your order competing with other orders in the same price range. Pick a new number. There's lots of numbers to choose from, especially the higher we get. That's all I'm going to read for right now. I'll save some more of these for later, but this is the MOASS checklist. Like, you guys should know this stuff. Start thinking about these kind of things for the future. Dr. Zeno says I'm going to take my laptop behind a old dumpster and wear a trench coat. Get out your cardboard box. Make sure you got a cardboard box and maybe some old tin cans and a grocery cart of some sorts filled with really stinky old clothes or something. I don't know. Yeah. Well, Doc may be creepy, but he might be onto something. Nobody's gonna mess with him. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'll see you guys back here for the power hour. I'm gonna come back at 2:10. I'm leaving a little bit late here. Dumpsters have the best Wi-Fi I've noticed. I don't even want to know how you know. Oh, wait. I gotta tell you guys a story. Maybe I should save it for 2 o'clock. Yeah, I'll save it for 2 o'clock. My dumpster diving story. Oh yeah. You just wait. It's a good story. We'll save it for story time. You know, never mind. I'm not even gonna get into it. I'll tell you guys more about it later. See you in a bit. Alrighty, guys, I am back. It's time. It's that time of the day. Time to toast. Um, volume is starting to pick up here towards the end of the day. We're getting about 200,000 shares a minute on most of these average minutes in here, or greater. We are at 45.24 million shares for the day so far. We've got about 45 minutes left of trading. I know it's been probably one of those kind of days where I think you guys would probably agree that it's like it feels depressing. It feels depressing, but in actuality, it's really not that bad. It's really not. The rest of the market is starting to move green. We're still a little bit down compared to everybody else. But I'm still having fun. I know it doesn't. I'm still having fun here. We're still having a good time, and I'm sharing this time with you guys. And so for anything that I'm excited about is that I get to spend this time with you guys and the people who are involved in this with me. And toasting to 2 weeks, I guess, and spending it together with you guys always constantly is fun. I like it. I enjoy it, and you guys are great. You keep it exciting. Thank you. Cheers. I couldn't do it without you guys. Let me just check something really quick here. I was kind of afraid of that. I noticed that my connection looks kind of crappy right here, so and I didn't realize it before. I'm trying to fix it right now. Hopefully that improved it. All right, let's take a look at everything here, guys. Let's look at our numbers, do one last look, and then I'll tell you guys my dumpster diving story. Yes, dumpster diving stories. And believe it or not, it actually has a GameStop reference. Let's take a look at our numbers. Off exchange right here next to me, 54.7 and 12.01 an hour ago. Let's check and see what they are now. 54.74 and 11.94. So the EDGX is going lower and lower, but the off exchange is going higher. So not a whole lot of price discovery. Not as much as normal price discovery being hidden through the ETFs. More of it just going straight through the off exchange. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 768,000 shares having been loaned. It's now up to 1.02. That number is going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 20.8%. Cost to borrow is 2.86. The CTB max is 14.39. Somebody's got hard to borrow share limits. On the options, highest amount of volume for the calls is at a $25 strike price. An hour ago, there was 21.3 thousand contracts. There's now 23.9. On the puts, $20 strike price. An hour ago was the highest amount with 7.9 thousand contracts. It is now 8.2. Almost a 3-to-1 ratio going into the final hour of the day for volume. Still signaling for a 22.5 price close for the day today. We are about 50 cents higher than that as of right now. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC still holding fifth place with 52% buys to 48% sales. GME is coming in here holding eighth. with 62% buys to 38% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $20.97. It doesn't look like we're going to hit that. Shares borrowed in the last hour, negligible. It's 20,000 shares there and another 5. That's only 25,000 shares. I'm not going to count it. I only count 50,000 shares or more. Too negligible. 21.9 thousand contracts in the money are in the money for the calls. 127.7 out of the money calls. Contracts are open. 69.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is up 1.77, Dow Jones is up 0.25, and S&P 500 is up 0.73. We are advancing over declining in the market with 4,465 advancers to 3,199 decliners. The VIX is down 2.7, IWM is up 0.21, Tesla is up 5.71, Amazon is up 2.29, Cinemark is up 1.11, Doge is down 1.56, Bitcoin is down 1.5, GME is up 2.22, HYMC is up 5.32, Hood is up 1.89, and AMC is down 0.94. 4, 5, 6, 7. $7 million more in inflow than outflow. Volume with 45 million and 93 shares so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for the day. Looks like we're on pace for about 51 million shares traded for the day today, and I said somewhere between 40 and 60. So we might hit right smack dab right in the middle of my prediction for the day. It's kind of comforting to know we're back on track. Now we just got to see some more volume. Will trade spotted according to some of the data that's being listed right now. Benzinga is saying someone with a lot of money to spend has taken a bearish stance on AMC. A lot of bearish positions open today. Sweep positions. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.61. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.71. Was that the same number? No. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.61. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.81. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.74. Crawled up this bottom side of this line that I drew out 3 dimes today. So I mean, I had a line drawn up here where we broke out going down once, broke out down going a second time, just kind of trading it out. We really needed to try and touch or at least hit that $350 range, or 2350 range. I'm just thinking about my dumpster diving story here, and I'm like, how do I paint a picture of dumpster diving and make it sound like it's okay? Pam, how's it going? Good to see you. Casey, what's with the blue and yellow chart you are using, please? That's the vortex indicator. So what this indicates is buying and selling pressure. So it's looking at buying and selling on as separate lines, separate indicators. So when you look at this, what you're seeing is more buying pressure right here because the angle of attack on this line is higher than the angle of attack on the selling pressure. Now, if I go out to the weekly, I'll show you how this really plays into account. So this is I can't say the word. This is an oscillator. I want to say oscilloscope because I used to work in a for a company that had oscilloscopes, and so I want to say every time I think of the word oscillator, I want to think of oscilloscope, and so I always start off the word wrong. But so what you're seeing here is you're seeing, for example, in the January run up, this is the daily interval right here, or weekly interval that I'm looking at. When you're looking at this selling pressure, you're seeing that the selling pressure is dropped off, meaning that nobody's really selling this during this period of time, and you have massive amounts of buying in contrast to selling. I wouldn't say massive because it's not like completely straight up, but it's much, much higher. So no selling pressure, lots of buying pressure, price run up. Again, you see the same thing right here. You see a lot of selling pressure coming into this week just before the launch. Selling pressure falls off and buying pressure rises, and you get a launch. We had that same setup to last January starting to form right now, and it just bounced right off of the top of our buying pressure line. You can see buying pressure is up. Buying pressure is focused upwards. We are getting good buying pressure, but the selling pressure is still there. So there's selling pressure along with buying pressure. Vortex indicator is something you can look up on Investopedia, kind of get an idea. It's not directly impacted by volume. It's more by price, but price is related to volume, right? So volume is what really causes price to be affected. So in a roundabout way, it is kind of a volume indicator. Yeah, it's Paula says, let me try this again. Casey, could you explain to me what makes you think this will finally squeeze? Not a shill, just a newbie. Thanks. Yeah, so we have this general cycle that occurs. Right now, we know that there's a lot of synthetics that are involved in this and high short interest. When there's high short interest and buying pressure into a stock, shorts tend to get caught into a cycle to where they it's what's commonly referred to as failing to deliver of shares. So they borrow shares to short the stock down and also for short interest. When those start to expire in the money, uh, and they can't deliver on those shares turn into failure delivers. When they have failure delivers starting to increase, they either have to loan shares or find shares from the market to borrow in order to complete those orders. In this particular instance, what we've seen in at least May and June, we saw an instance of a gamma squeeze followed by also, I'll pull it up for you, followed by also a period of time where failure delivers started to stack. So your failure delivers are right here. Oops. Ignore my fat fingering there. All right, let's go back to this period of time here in January and June. And here's where your failure delivers start to stack up. And you can see them really stacking up. Oh, I really hate when that stuff pops up there. Hold on a second. Let me just copy this so I can point it out to you. Ah, no. So you can see the failure delivers really starting to rise. You can see a rising of failure delivers. And here again, you can see the same rising of failure delivers right here. That was my shaky hand right there. And after this is compounding, right? This is compounding on top of options that were expiring in the money and causing stacking failure delivers that occurred. So then all of a sudden you have a run up in price. Now it's happened twice, once here, and we're starting that process again of starting to move up. And you're going to see, because of the run up that we just had in price, which is not reflected on the screen capture that I got right here. Let's get back to that like that. So I can get a better picture of what it is I'm trying to say here. Those failure delivers are starting to increase. And because of this run up that we just had, this bump up right here, there's a whole bunch of expirations that expired in the money of options. They're going to cause those failure to delivers to stack, and you're going to have this swooping effect of failure to delivers. So when those failure delivers start to stack, they're going to have to start buying shares at market price, because guess what? They can't borrow them anymore. It's getting really, really hard for them to borrow shares. So they're going to have to buy shares. If they can't find shares to buy, price starts rising because there's high demand and no shares to be found. And that's when, and then you've got more options that start expiring in the money as price starts to rise. And it starts the whole gamma process of um, of options coming into the money and people starting to make money and then turning those into shares that they're going to have that they're going to buy afterwards. Either buy, or maybe they just walk away with the money. One of the two. So we're kind of in that stage right now. And then the other thing too is a lot of times there's a couple different indicators too that you can look at. Short interest typically tends to fall, and utilization's at 100% usually when you see these squeeze positions happening. So if I show you security lending volume, you can see a spike right there when we had 100% utilization. If we go back to June, you see something very similar like that happening, where utilization drove up. It didn't have a security lending volume in there, but you could see security lending volume starting to increase during that period of time. And then if you go back to January as well, I mean, that one's a little bit more difficult to see, but you can see utilization was high prior to the January run and then dipped right just before it. And then peaked out again. And then also you can see the huge rise in security lending volume as well. So I guess what makes me think that this will finally squeeze? It's, I guess the main answer to that is that when price gets to a certain point, there's going to be a no return to where margin calls are going to be called on a lot of the hedge funds that are hedged against AMC. And when that happens, there will be a point of no return, and they will be liquidated until they can meet margin requirements. And my feeling is that it will be across many stocks that they'll be liquidated across. It won't just be just AMC. So just out of curiosity, did you have any questions about that, Paula, or did I explain that well enough for you? Yeah, absolutely, no problem. So really what we're looking for, there's a couple key ingredients I think that we really need to see. High utilization, which we're at 100%. Another key ingredient is cost to borrow. Why is cost to borrow important? Cost to borrow is important because it kind of gives you an indicator that lending shares is getting hard to do. So the less shares that are available, the higher the cost to borrow is going to be. Now, somebody would say, more than likely, somebody would say, well, then how do you have 100% utilization? If utilization is at 100%, then all the shares should be borrowed. Yes and no. The problem is that security lending allows for shares to be on loan without raising cost to borrow. So at least that's what I'm seeing in the numbers. I don't understand exactly how that works or why it works that way. But we saw 70 million shares loaned out on, what was that date? The 8th of March? No, 8th of February? Hold on a second, let me find the data. Security lending volume was on 7th of February. So we saw this huge spike of 70 million shares that were loaned on it, because a security lending volume is supposed to be a short-term loan. But those shares, since they got loaned, I don't think have ever come back in. And it's been 39 straight days of 100% utilization since those were loaned. But cost to borrow has not gone up. Why? Because those shares are still lendable. They just are on a short-term loan right now that has its own unique borrow rates and fees. So when those are returned, you'll likely see utilization drop really fast, and you'll see cost to borrow probably go up a little bit, because those shares will probably start being reborrowed quite quickly. What's another factor that we want to see as far as a squeeze goes? High short interest. 20.8% is not what I would say is like high, but it's good. It is definitely, in fact, if you look up the definition for high short interest, it's anything over 20%. So it is definitely, I mean, it's good where it's at, but I wouldn't call those like really super high numbers yet. Although I don't think, I'd have to go back and check and see. Let me just check it real quick and see. I'm not sure what the numbers were when we had the May run up, and so when we had the May run up, the highest that short interest had gotten up to was 23. So we're close. We're getting really close. We're at 20.8, but it was 23 before the run up in May. And in January of last year, short interest was really high at 72.62. So it was super high back then. So I want to see short interest get a little bit higher, but it doesn't have to. That just means that there's more short interest in existence. The higher the number, the better. But I believe that this next run can get us over $110. And I think somewhere between $90 and $110 is kind of like the magic number for margin calls. So, and that's all we really need to see have happen. Keto, I did explain it earlier. Go back to the inner, go back to it was either right after noon or right after 1 o'clock. I talked about it. I can't remember which, but I talked about it right after I got done with the numbers. Every time our volume is lower than the volume of Apple stock, AMC price movement goes nowhere. Keep that in mind. I'm kind of curious now. I've never looked that up, Monty, and I think that's an interesting. AAPL. I think that's an interesting point that you make there. Volume on, interesting. Volume on Apple's 60.8 million shares traded for the day today. Their average 3-month volume is 95 million per day. So today's a low volume day for them. I mean, I would definitely agree that anytime we see like 100 million in volume, that we see some price movement. When do I think it'll happen? I think PC3, like I was saying, I think it'll happen somewhere between like $90 to $110 in price. That's a round figure. There's a lot of factors involved in what causes margin calls and when they occur. It's really kind of impossible to know the exact number, but if I had to guess, it'd be somewhere between 90 to 110. You know, Kevin, with I would agree with that statement if we saw utilizations dropping a little bit here and there, but utilization is not moving at all. And so I think somebody's holding on to those shares. I don't know who, but I think they're holding on to them. I don't think we ever got over 25%. That's Paula. That's a great question. I really don't know the answer to that. If I had that magic ball, um, if I had that crystal ball to be able to read the future like that, I would be beyond a millionaire. Manjeet wants to know, will we see lower prices added more this week? I'm not feeling like that's the case, but that's my opinion. It's not a fact. I feel like the lowest that we would probably see if we were to go lower would be 2060, and that's that 40% turning around point. That's just what I'm seeing. Um, but I can't, you know, again, no crystal balls here. Just diamond ones. Diamond balls, no crystal balls. Twitter's 3-month average volume is 19 million and it's above 250 as of now. That's pretty crazy. I don't think this is a bull flag. I don't think so. I've got us on a wedge. It looks like a daily wedge that's supposed to complete in the after hours, but it's not very often that we see price run in the after hours. So, I could throw a box up in here, but if we did have a run in the after hours today, potentially look for it to occur somewhere around this time frame. So it would be like 1714 to 1815. But I'm not expecting that to have happen. So typically speaking, for the most part, once we hit the end of the day, everything just trades sideways for the most part. Hmm. Actually, you know what? Christopher says, "Is that a bull flag?" And let me go back out here to a 30-minute. That might actually. I forgot to zoom out a little bit. No, nope, it's not. I had to look at. I had to move out. I had to look. Got to give him a little bit of credit there. I do 2 weeks, bro. Yes, but then again, I have to say that I've seen some manipulation in the market that to try and keep it afloat that I just don't know how long that's going to last for. You think they're holding on to them to short us when we start running? Yes, I do. I mean, I see two possibilities, Paula. I see two possibilities. One, they use some of the shares as a final push down to close as many positions as possible on their short interest before they let it run. And then they use the other portion of it after it runs to some specific price, and then they start pushing the price down where they find weakness. Or option two is that they just, at some point let this thing run, and then they hit us with 70 million shares, a 70 million share sell off. Um, if we run up to say like $140 or something like that, they hit us with a 70 million share sell off, which drops us back down to say $60. So That's what I'm kind of seeing. That's what I feel like looks to be the setup. That's very, very similar to what we've seen with GameStop. Um, and so, but I just don't know which option they're going to use. The fact is that, and I've called it on this show. Welcome to the show, by the way. I've called it on this show the kitchen sink. I know the kitchen sink is out there. I know it. I know it exists. I know somebody's holding on to it. The question is when are they going to throw it at us? And I've had a lot of people ask me, "Is this a kitchen sink? Is this a kitchen sink? Is this a?" You know, you're not going to mistake a kitchen sink flying at your face. It's going to look. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt when it's coming flying at you. Like just the sheer seeing the kitchen sink is coming at you is going to cause you to flinch. And so yeah, be ready for that kitchen sink. You don't know when it's coming. I think it was part of the process, PC3. Joe, I'm not sure if you're talking to me, and if you are, I'm not sure what you're saying. Thoughts on? I don't see any messages from you. Thank you, Dr. Zeno. Steven, I don't think they control when this goes boom. I think they control. I think they control. To the best of their abilities, they control how long it takes to get to the boom. To the best of their ability, at some point they can't control everything. So um, you see things like last week happen, and they just can't control that. And so, you know, this knee-jerk reaction in price moving it back down, I think, is all part of the process. Kevin's asking, still new to try and read the info, but what sort of numbers of shares on loan, short interest, etc., would signal the possible start of a bigger squeeze? Um, I mean, we could take a look at the past. We got about 10 minutes yet still to go here. Let me do it. We'll take a look at some of the numbers from the past and do a comparison real quick. Because why not? Why not? Oh, look at that. Did you see that little nice little pop up there? Price? That's sweet. That's just beautiful. Maybe there's just a nice little happy stream. And now we're not going to watch it. Let's see here. So first, let's take a look at short interest, right? Short interest before the run up in May, June. I'm not going to count this amount right here. I think one of the peaks is kind of around 23% there, 23.5%. Before the January run up, it was really high, really, really super stinking high. But immediately before it was around like 26%. So we need to see a little bit higher there. On loan amounts, though, we're already at, I think, new highs. This point right here is 139 million shares on loan. I think the highest we've ever had was 160. I've got it written down. 160 million, 160.075 million. So we're getting really close to that amount on loan already currently. So that's getting really close. What other numbers were you looking for? The other big number that I look for is on loan average age per day. We typically see drops in this value just before run-ups. And we're seeing a drop currently in this, so I think we're going to see another push in price upwards. In fact, we've had quite a few dips here on the run up of this number. On-loan average age per day is a really good indicator. I love this indicator. It's probably, I think, one of the best indicators that tells you when a squeeze is coming. You see a dip right here just beforehand, before the move up in May, June, and also a dip right here as well before the January run up. I know these dips in here look really big, but this dip right here that occurred is a double dip on it. So there's one dip here and a secondary dip, and then you see the price very shortly thereafter run up. I wouldn't look at dip size in relativeness to how high the price is going to run. Little tiny dips can produce really big runs. It's just, you just want to see a dip in on-loan amount. The reason for that being is that um, they're trying to close as many short interest positions as possible before a run up in price. And the reason for that is that they don't want those on the books. If those are on the books when the price starts to run up, then they get caught out of the money instead of being in the money. So they close them out. And in order to do that, they got to borrow some shares. When you borrow shares, the on-loan average age dips because new shares are going into the books as a, the age of the loan is new. So it's going to drop that price, or that age, the age day. The day, ugh, the average age of the days that the loans are on hold for. Boris is laughing at me. I'm the big runs. Steven, you have a great day too. I don't think I'll call it the Love Boat PC3. I mean, you can have your own section inside there called the Love Boat if you want to, I guess. I won't be a part of the Love Boat. I'm taken. But well, the community already has a name for it, so, and I'll let you guys know what it is when the time is right. I can see you, Joe. I couldn't see your message from earlier, though. I see a message where you say your thoughts, please, and then the message before that I see nothing. I'm looking for something from you specifically, and I don't see any message. Oh, Duncan's doing South Park stuff again. I miss it. I don't know why, but I don't think I've ever really thought of his name. Boris, it wasn't until you just wrote his name as Z Duncan that I never really thought of his name before as being Z Duncan. I just always read it as Duncan. But now the only way I can see it from now on is Z Duncan. Peter Kwan, you have an excellent day yourself, sir. Yes, right, PC3. We're in warships right now. I don't want to be in a love boat after this is all over. I'm tied up. So, I mean, you guys can all form a love boat ship if you want to, but I'm tied. I'm taken. Rock, paper, scissors. I mean, that's what it looks like, Duncan, when you put Z's on there. Z Duncan Z. That's what it looks like. I never read it that way. I just read it as Duncan with a bunch of Z's on the end, like you're falling asleep or something. Duncan. Let me check it out. 15-minute. Nah. No. 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 So typically speaking, it doesn't have to always happen like this, but typically speaking, I think you want to see like the trailing shoulder. You want to see the trailing shoulder higher than the leading shoulder. Um, and I'm not seeing that here. I stink. I stink. I just said I stink. This beer is hitting hard today, guys. It must be extra fermented. Um, I stink. I think that we just hit the Duncan's top fourth point at you say that's like French and German all at the same time. 2350. So we just I think we made an attempt at that 2350 mark again. It looks like we're trying to punch through, but there's just no success. They're holding us back. There's too much resistance there at that 2355 level. Joe, I'll check my DMs. I'll talk to you in my DMs for sure afterwards. If you have to, well, I'll just check my DM now, but show this thread. Get ready, guys. 414, 22. I don't understand. Okay. Like, I don't know what this means. I'm like trying to make some stuff out of this and I see numbers. 4-4. Looks like, what is this? Is this a call? I mean, this, I can't take this. I don't know what this means. I don't understand what this means. This means nothing to me. There's no titles. I see price. I see. I see. This looks like some kind of option premium. Yeah, this is some kind of option play here. You can tell this is an option play, but I mean, I just don't know what it is. I'm not an options guy by any means. But it really doesn't matter because guess what, guys? Guess what? It's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is a new day, and I'm excited about the rest of this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day. Oh yeah, and when you guys hear the song today, whenever he says her, I want you guys to think of
90 seconds and counting.
I want you to think of Amy.
All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. Okay, we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Sometimes you gotta bleed to know that you're alive and have a soul. But it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. The songs on the radio are okay, but my taste in music is your face. And it takes a song to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the holes so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the holes so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. Sometimes you gotta bleed to know, that you're alive and have a soul, but it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. My heart is my armor. She's the tear in my heart. She's a carver, she's a butcher with a smile. Cut me farther than I've ever been.